Chapter 46-47. How dare you call me an idiot in my territory? Impudent. A majestic voice rang out. A dignified voice rang out, causing the expressions of the gods outside the door to change drastically, and they didn't dare to utter a single word. To be honest, if the Silu star had not been kicked away, they would have lost their minds out of anger. That was because it was too unfair. 3 sun-facing divine flowers in exchange for 15,000 Tau state fragments? Even giving the money would not be so ridiculous. My 2 young friends, come in. At this time, a kind voice rang out. Lin Ling and Xianxia looked at each other and strode into the Taoist temple. After they entered, it was as if they had stepped through a time tunnel. The white space from before disappeared, and everything in the Taoist temple became clear to them. The Taoist temple was very ordinary. There was an incense burner burning with sandalwood, a futon on the ground, and a huge table enshrined an old man. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling and Xianxia with a smile. Even the deities standing outside the door saw this scene, and they were dumbfounded. Countless ancient deities had visited the Taoist temple over the years, but very few of them had the chance to meet the mountain Xianxia. If not for the 2 young men, they would not have the chance to meet him in their lifetime. However, 3 sun-facing divine flowers were enough to meet the mountain Xianxia. This was too strange. My young friend, where are the sun-facing divine flowers? The mountain Xianxia asked with a smile. It seemed like he was even more anxious than Lin Ling and Xianxia. Where are the Tao state fragments? Lin Ling asked calmly. Yes, they are here. The mountain Xianxia threw a cloth bag, and Xianxia quickly picked it up and checked it carefully. During this process, the mountain Xianxia rubbed his hands and looked at Lin Ling and Xianxia with a smile. The deities standing outside the door were dumbfounded. Why did it feel like the mountain Xianxia was the one asking for a favor and not the 2 young men? Could it be that the 3 sun-facing divine flowers were extraordinary and had a powerful background? My lord, you have 15,000 Tau state fragments. At this time, Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and said, Do you want more? Lin Ling nodded and looked at Mountain Sea Sage. However, he was also extremely excited. The number of Tau realm fragments he had obtained this time was even more than the number of cosmic beasts he had captured. No, 3 is enough. The Mountain Sea Taoist waved his hand and looked at the sunward divine flower in his hand. The more he looked at it, the happier he became. Could it be that the 3 sun-facing divine flowers really have a powerful background? I think so. Reverend Mountain Sea is such a huge figure. If it wasn't a real treasure, how could he be moved? That's right. I reckon that the 3 sunward divine flowers can help you comprehend the great Tao. The Mountain Sea Taoist has been waiting for these 3 flowers for a long time. Outside the gate, the gods were discussing spiritedly. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They wanted to know what the 3 sun-facing divine flowers were for. Haha, it's time to brew wine. I've heard that the demon essence Adumbra wine brewed with the sunward divine flower is the most delicious. It's a top-grade wine in the god realm. At this time, Taoist Xianxia could not help but shout. He smiled and placed the 3 sun-facing divine flowers into the wine jar. Soak the wine. Outside the gate, the gods almost fainted. Just to brew wine, he used 3 sunward divine flowers to exchange for it? This Taoist Xianxia must be crazy. For a moment, all the ancient gods were dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Ling and the others who were leaving calmly. Previously, Lin Ling had already asked Taoist Xianxia if he still needed the flowers. Taoist Xianxia said no, so there was no need for them to stay. My 2 friends, are the 3 sunward divine flowers you have really ordinary sunward divine flowers? Although these divine flowers can be used to refine pills, they are everywhere on the mountain. They are very ordinary. Someone asked Lin Ling and Taoist Xianxia. Lin Ling glanced at the person and did not hide anything. They're just ordinary sunward divine flowers. Do you think they are some kind of treasure? Hearing this, the god's eyes turned red, and so did the others. It turned out that it was so easy to get a Tao state fragment. It was as if they had delivered it to their doorstep. But why had they not heard of such a convenient thing after being in the Tao state for so many years? Thank you, my friend. The god did not intend to ask any more questions. He immediately ran down the mountain. The other ancient gods were stunned. Then they came to their senses and immediately went down the mountain. Their purpose was naturally to ask about the sunward divine flowers. Looking at the crazy ancient gods, Lin Ling was speechless. Although the sunward divine flowers could be exchanged for Tao state fragments, they only needed 3 flowers. If they really wanted more, why wait for them? Lin Ling would have collected a lot of them. This Taoist Xianxia is so strange. Xianxia shook his head and said, after all, it is an obsession of the Tao state. It looks like a human, but it is not a human. However, it has its own consciousness. I wonder if it will become a human in the future. Lin Ling nodded. The two of them walked down the winding stairs and looked around. At this moment, there was chaos at the foot of the mountain. The gods were panicking. It turned out that someone had announced the news, causing everyone's eyes to turn red. 1 sunward divine flower for 5,000 Tao state fragments. To be honest, no one would not care. Because in the Tao state, even 1 Tao state fragment was difficult to obtain, let alone 5,000. It's you guys. Suddenly, someone stopped Lin Ling and the others. It was the Sea Lu Star Lord who had been kicked down the mountain. Now, there was a clear footprint on his white robe. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he was instantly enraged. Oh, it's you. However, compared to the Du Xing Star Lord, you are much stronger. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and glanced over. He sensed that the Sea Lu Star Lord was only an early-stage middle god. To him, he was not a strong opponent. You know the Calamity Crossing Star Lord, but don't think that I will give him face just because I know him. You made me lose face just now. I will take revenge. Give me your arm, I will break it. The Sea Lu Star Lord said coldly. He had a good plan. First, he would break Lin Ling's arm. Then, he would kill Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was taken away by the Tao state, his arm would be broken. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Break my arm. Lin Ling and Xianxia looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were the top experts in Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling was needless to say. With 7 Dantians merged, only 10% of early-stage middle gods were his match. As for Xianxia, he was even more perverse. Not many mid-stage middle gods could stop him. Sea Lu Star Lord, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and find the sunward divine flower. 1 sunward divine flower can be exchanged for 5,000 Tao state fragments. Suddenly, someone shouted at the Sea Lu Star Lord. Realm Earth Lord. The Sea Lu Star Lord obviously knew that ancient god. It's the two of them. I saw them exchange for 15,000 Tao state fragments with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. In the distance, that god left behind a sentence and shot into the distance. Chapter 46-48. This caused his eyes to be filled with greed. However, he ultimately wanted more, so he immediately asked, did you guys exchange for 10,000 Tao realm fragments earlier? How dare you lie to me? You're dead. Indeed, Lin Ling nodded. It's true. The Sea Lu Star almost roared at the sky. He ignored Lin Ling and Saint Guy and went to search for the sunward divine flower. One idiot. Although I exchanged for Tao state fragments, it doesn't mean you can do the same. Lin Ling shook his head as he watched the Sea Lu Star fly away like a madman. He then left with Saint Guy. After they left, they didn't go far. Instead, they found a quiet mountain range and sat down cross-legged. Now that they were going to help the Curishin and the others, they wanted to improve their strength. After all, with so many people trying to capture the realm's consciousness, they would have to face powerful opponents. Saint Guy, let's split these Tao state fragments. After sitting down, Lin Ling looked at Saint Guy. Sir, there's no need. I have the Dongwang Bell. I don't need to improve my skills. Saint Guy waved his hand. This secret was found by Lin Ling, and he didn't do anything. How could he ask for it? How about this? You take 5,000 and use it to exchange for treasures to improve your cultivation. The remaining 10,000 Tao state fragments will belong to me. What do you think? Lin Ling suggested. All right. Saint Guy didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling wanted him to accept it. After Lin Ling handed over the 5,000 Dao state fragments, he took out his celestial Dao throne and started searching. What he wanted to improve now was his various talents. Rumble. Lin Ling entered the white space again. A huge stone tablet sat there with a large number of words on it. Finally, he locked onto a Dao law called the 100 Rivers Converge to the Sea. This was formed from Xianxian origin essence, and it could improve the talents of all gods. It was very expensive, and it cost 10,000 Dao state fragments each time. Exchange. Lin Ling was astonished. Just how many primordial treasures had this Dao realm master collected? He actually had this kind of innate origin essence. After the Dao realm fragment disappeared, Lin Ling sensed that he had been brought into a mysterious space. Up in the sky, the surging sea was being blocked by a layer of membrane. However, the sea was extremely tyrannical. As it surged, it emitted an endless amount of mist. Streaks of divine light also appeared in the sky above the sea, forming an extremely beautiful scene. 10,000 Dao realm shards in exchange for this ocean? Lin Ling raised his head and said with a frown. At this moment, the skies seemed to shatter as seawater flowed in reverse like the Milky Way, crashing down. This was the true 100 rivers converging into the sea. Furthermore, this sea locked onto Lin Ling and charged straight into Lin Ling's mind. This thing. Lin Ling was also shocked by the aura, but he knew that he definitely could not avoid it. Otherwise, he would have wasted 10,000 Dao realm fragments. He immediately sat down cross-legged as his 7 dantians revolved at the same time. Various great talents also appeared around him. The 2 dragons roared. The chaos swallowed the heavens and the earth. The Vajra Bodhi suppressed the arts. The evil ghost jellyfish flew. The left flaming lightning. The right flaming lightning. Lin Ling was like a god descending to the mortal world. Boom! Suddenly, a roar resounded. Lin Ling's mind was covered with a layer of water. Then, he realized that the surging seawater had actually rushed into his mind from the top of his head. Looking at the sky again, the terrifying seawater had turned into a hole and continuously poured into Lin Ling's mind. Unexpectedly, not even a drop of seawater splashed out. It was hard to imagine that a person's body could contain so much seawater, not to mention that the place where the seawater was stored was the mind. Boom! Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to explode. Everything disappeared in front of his eyes. Only endless divine light was blooming, and the colorful light continued to be swallowed and spat out. This feeling was similar to the last time when the light of vitality used a powerful force to explode Lin Ling's body. Hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and held on. Almost at the same time, his entire body emitted the sound of a tsunami. His bones, flesh, blood, and meridians were all resonating. It was like a divine sound. Beside Lin Ling, Shengyi was also sitting cross-legged to protect Lin Ling. However, he also saw that a mysterious ancient aura was emitting from Lin Ling's body. He also instantly knew that Lin Ling was about to greatly increase his strength. Buzz. The divine sound continued to resound, resonating with his entire body and even his soul. Gradually, the 7 great talents danced wildly, as if they had been poured into an endless ocean of water, and were growing at a crazy rate. Waves of ancient divine pressure bloomed around Lin Ling's body. The first to change was the chaos of the 4 great ferocious beasts. It broke through 2 grades and reached the 3rd grade of mid-god, increasing Lin Ling's powerful physical strength. Next was the supreme Netherwind Dragon, which had also reached the 3rd grade of mid-god. The human monarch's flame was at the 4th grade and had completely reached its limit. It would be difficult for it to grow any further. The Thunderlatru body was also at the 4th grade and had reached its limit. The heavenly dragon's bone and demon's great infernal body had both reached the 3rd grade. The slowest improvement was the Vajra Bodhi, who had just stepped into the 1st grade of mid-god. All the talents had increased by 2 grades, allowing Lin Ling's physical strength to reach 9 million world force. On the contrary, The increase in his divine energy was not that great. However, if he fused the talents, the first stage would increase his divine energy by 5 million, the second stage by 3 million, and the third stage by the gray-robed Lin Ling would increase his divine energy by 4 million. In addition to the basic 9 million world force, his divine energy could reach as much as 13 million. Moreover, the third stage of the talent fusion would increase his physical strength to more than 10 million world force, which was a total of 15 million world force. This was 2,000. Both his divine energy and physical strength had broken through 10 million. An ancient aura pervaded Lin Ling's body, making him seem like the 5 great mountains in Mount Tai, and also like the Big Dipper stars. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had completely stepped into the ranks of the strongest early-stage mid-gods. The seawater in the sky gradually decreased, and in the end, it completely disappeared. Lin Ling's mind closed again, but the 7 talents revolved around his body, looking majestic. "Come back!" Lin Ling shouted and retracted all the talents. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind, and Panga's strike appeared. All this time, when Panga's strike struck, Lin Ling could only split the heavens. But this time his physical strength had broken through 10 million, allowing his physical body to become the universe, and he could finally use the second strike. Shatter the earth. Split the heavens first, then split the earth. This second strike was Pangu's transformation into the ancient universe, which had absolute physical defense and could ignore all attacks. Divine energy, physical strength, all kinds of universe poison, all kinds of illusions, and so on. It could be said to be invincible. The only thing that couldn't be defended against was the god steps. Moreover, there was a time limit. For example, Lin Ling's third stage talent fusion had 15 million world force, and that invincibility would last for 15 breaths of time. Chapter 46-49. Terrifying. As expected of the great god Pangu's cultivation technique, Lin Ling continued to comprehend the technique. He was shocked. It was really his luck that he was able to obtain such a cultivation method back then. Moreover, Lin Ling had practiced countless martial arts in his life. He had come into contact with all kinds of martial arts. However, the most domineering one was the Panga's attack. In his mind, the mysterious figure stood tall. His body shook, and the wind of the ancient universe filled the air. It was this ancient power that formed an invincible defense. Relying on this absolutely invincible defensive power, this mysterious figure crashed through the endless universe, shattering the earth. No matter how strong the universe's defense was, it could not stop the great god Panga's attack. After an unknown amount of time, the aura on Lin Ling's body retreated and gradually disappeared. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. An ancient aura filled the air, causing Saint Guy to tremble. What a terrifying gaze! Saint Guy felt as though he had seen the most ancient beast. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, my lord," Saint Guy quickly said with a smile. The 10,000 Tao state fragments were well spent. Lin Ling also smiled. He was even more curious about the master of the Tao state fragment. In such a short period of time, his talent had increased greatly. Only the most ancient god could possess such a treasure. "My lord, your strength should have increased greatly this time." Seeing that Lin Ling was in a good mood, Saint Guy smiled again. "My strength has increased by 40%. Lin Ling thought for a moment and did not hide anything. "Wow, 40%. This means that my lord is almost invincible among the early-stage mid-gods." Saint Guy trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was powerful, but he did not expect that Lin Ling's strength would increase so much. He did not know that Lin Ling had 7 dantians. While others' strength increased by 10%, Lin Ling's strength increased by 70%. Of course, the difficulty of Lin Ling's breakthrough was also 7 times more difficult than others. There were gains and losses. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be compared to you. You are the luckiest person in the world. Lin Ling scolded with a smile. His strength was obtained through hard work, but Xianxi's strength was obtained with a wave of his hand. Moreover, even if his strength increased greatly, Lin Ling still felt that he wasn't Xianxi's opponent. After being scolded by Lin Ling, Xianxi scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "There is a limit to my strength, but there is no limit to my lord's strength. When I reach a bottleneck in the future, it will be difficult for me to advance any further, but my lord is still advancing. Sooner or later, you will reach the level of the ancient giant god. Who knows what will happen in the future? A martial artist's life is originally a long run. If you give up midway, then everything will be for naught." Lin Ling shook his head. He was never one to bite off more than he could chew. If he could raise his strength by 10%, then that would be that 10%. "Let's go." After that, Lin Ling led Xianxi forward. Fortunately, his strength had increased greatly this time, and he was more confident in the upcoming battle. "It's all because of you that we were so early." However, not long after the two of them started flying, several figures appeared in the distance and surrounded them. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but the Sea Lu Star Monarch? When they saw Lin Ling, their faces were twisted with anger. Not long ago, they had carried a basket of sunward divine flowers to find the mountain sea spiritual master, but he had rejected them. They were so angry that they wanted to cause trouble, but they were all kicked off the mountain. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling and Xianxi could exchange for Tao state fragments, but they couldn't. "You lied to us." The Sea Lu Star Monarch roared angrily. "Damn it, kill this brat." The other ancient gods were also enraged. "I never said that the sunward divine flowers could be exchanged for Tao state fragments. I only said that I could exchange for them." Lin Ling said indifferently as he landed on the ground with Xianxi. "You still want to escape?" Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring them, the great lord of Jieshan was also angry. "Escape? I just don't want you to die in the air." However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from below, stunning the Sea Lu Star Monarch and the others. What an arrogant tone. Although the two of them weren't weak, they had never heard of Lin Ling and the others. Therefore, they didn't care about Lin Ling at all. Moreover, there were only two of them. How could the two of them be so arrogant? Unfortunately, they didn't know that the two of them were indeed so arrogant because they were the kings among the early stage mid-gods. "Where do you think you're going?" The Sea Lu Star Monarch and the others also landed on the ground and surrounded Lin Ling and the others. "I know that you are unwilling to accept this, but such a secret is no longer a secret if everyone knows about it." Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at them with his hands behind his back. "Does that mean that you know many other secrets? Tell me, what other methods do you know of to obtain the Tao state fragment?" The Sea Lu Star Monarch's eyes burned with passion. "I'm sorry, but even if I know, I won't tell you. If you force me to ask, you will only be taken away by the Tao state." Lin Ling said indifferently. "You're courting death. Great Lord of Jieshan, break his arm and show him some power. Don't kill him. I think he wants to use the Tao state fragment to escape." The Sea Lu Star Monarch shouted angrily as he warned the others. The primordial gods nodded, their eyes filled with malicious intent. The god called Great Lord Jieshan said coldly, "It doesn't feel good to have your arm broken by me, so I'll give you one last chance." "Feel good? What kind of pain have I, Lin Ling, not experienced in my life? I'm afraid that you won't even be able to touch a single hair on my body." Lin Ling mocked. Back when he was ravaged by the underworld calamity, his willpower and soul power had been tempered to new heights. It wasn't that he looked down on these ancient gods, but their methods of torturing people couldn't even compare to a single hair of the underworld calamity. Shameless boasting. The great lord of Jieshan shouted as he stretched out his palm. A rumbling sound could be heard. Rumble. Countless rays of light flowed over and condensed in his hand, forming a huge ancient mountain. This ancient mountain was majestic and majestic, as if it was a divine mountain from ancient times. Are you afraid now? This divine mountain has won. If it smashes into you, your soul will be destroyed. Let me tell you something. The great lord of Jieshan is a mountain god from ancient times. The Sea Lu Star Monarch laughed gloatingly. Just a mere mountain god. I thought would be powerful. Hearing the Sea Lu Star Monarch's words, Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed that he had overestimated these ancient gods. Flame-net shield, peach blossom tree, violet net heart, suppress him. The great lord of Jiashan knew that if he didn't teach Lin Ling a lesson, this kid wouldn't be obedient. Moreover, he didn't like Lin Ling's calm tone. It was as if he wouldn't be alarmed, even if the sky collapsed. Chapter 4650. Rumble. The sacred mountain shook violently, suppressing Lin Ling with a powerful force. The entire ground shook violently. Lord Jiashan's strength was indeed not bad. Even on Emperor Yao's side, he was one of the top experts. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling and Saint Guy. My lord, I'll do it. Saint Guy said to Lin Ling, no need. I also want to see how powerful it is. Lin Ling shook his head. Their conversation stunned the Sea Lu Star Lord and the rest. Facing such a sacred mountain, the two of them did not resist at all. Instead, they were discussing. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud rumble. The huge sacred mountain crashed down, causing dust to rise and the ground to shake. However, the Sea Lu Star Lord and the rest took a closer look and gasped. At the bottom of the ancient divine mountain, Lin Ling reached out with one hand and held the terrifying divine mountain with one hand. One had to know that this was 500, the power of 5 million Tao gods, 5 million realms of power. He blocked it with one hand. What's going on? Lord Jiashan's face turned green and red. He kept urging his divine energy to control the sacred mountain to suppress Lin Ling. However, he could not suppress it. Easter Mountain, come. He shouted angrily and moved his hand slightly, using the mountain moving technique. Bang! Another rumble sounded. The sacred mountain increased its power by 1 million realms of power. However, Lin Ling at the foot of the mountain did not move at all. Western Mountain, come. Lord Jiashan did not believe it. He held his red face and moved the sacred mountain again. Bang! The ground shook again, but Lin Ling was still fine. This. The Sea Lu Star Lord and the rest panicked. It was their first time seeing such a terrifying early-stage middle god. North Mountain, come. Lord Jiashan's body trembled as he continued to move the sacred mountain. However, the northern mountain had exceeded his limit. It was difficult for him to move it. The mountain's soul is too heavy. Lord Jiashan found it difficult to breathe. It was as if it had exceeded his limit. Sigh, I'm really disappointed. I've waited for you for so long in vain. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. With a shake of his arm, the divine mountain in his palm was blasted into the sky. When smashed down, Lin Ling lightly punched out. Boom! The divine mountain shattered, and endless rubble rained down. Pooh! Great Monarch Jiashan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground powerlessly. His face was pale as he stared at Lin Ling, as if he was looking at an ancient god. It was too terrifying. Not only had he blocked his divine mountain, he had even destroyed it with a single punch. Could it be that this young god's body was even stronger than the divine mountains? Let me ask you, if you follow this direction, whose territory is this? Lin Ling walked over step by step. I don't know. Don't think you can get anything out of me. Great Monarch Jiashan shouted angrily when he saw Lin Ling staring at him. He was a great deity from the ancient era, so how could he easily compromise with a junior? Lin Ling laughed. He came in front of Great Monarch Jiashan and suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! Great Monarch Jiashan's right arm was forcefully crushed, as if it had been smashed by a divine mountain and turned into fine powder. Great Monarch Jiashan let out a painful cry. Although he could recover even if his body was damaged after becoming a god, it depended on who did it. If a powerful god attacked, it would be several times more difficult for him to recover. It might even be difficult for him to recover. No, my hand. Great Monarch Jiashan was in so much pain that he cried. No, your hand? Lin Ling looked at him indifferently with a smile on his lips. He stared at Great Monarch Jiashan's left arm. This also shocked the gods, especially great monarch Xianxia. He could not care less about the pain of his broken arm and kept shaking his head. You said no. Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped on great monarch Xianxia's left arm. Crack! Great monarch Xianxia's left arm also turned into powder. The bones, flesh, and blood all disappeared. Ah! Great monarch Xianxia rolled on the ground in pain. He did not look like an ancient god at all. He was no different from a mortal. Go to hell. Then Lin Ling kicked out, and his powerful physical strength erupted. However, this concerned great monarch Xianxia's life and death, so a Tao realm light finally appeared and took him away. However, his departure was clearly a little too late. After all, his arms were already crippled. What about you guys? Are you arrogant enough to not speak? Or do you want me to cripple your arms? Then, Lin Ling looked at Si Lu Star Lord and the others indifferently. Si Lu Star Lord and the others trembled. They no longer had the domineering aura that dictated the life and death of others. This direction is Emperor Shun's territory. An old man said in a panic. All right, you can go now. Lin Ling nodded and asked, is there a world will there? Also, are Bai Shan, Bernhardt, and the other forces there? There's a world will. I heard there's a place called Spirit Nation. You can go too. Bai Shan and the others are in that direction. I've seen them before. You can go too. Lin Ling let all the ancient deities who answered his questions obediently go. In the end, only Si Lu Star Lord was left. What else do you want to ask me? Si Lu Star Lord's eyes trembled as he said with a smile. Sorry, I don't have anything else. Lin Ling shook his head. Oh no. Si Lu Star Lord knew that he was in trouble. No again? Lin Ling smiled sarcastically and said to Saint Guy, cripple his arms and send him away. Yes, sir. Saint Guy nodded immediately. Then, he looked at Si Lu Star Lord with a cold smile and said, sorry, but one of your 6 southern Dipper Star Lords, Du Xing Lord, was killed by us not long ago. You are the second. Du Xing Lord. Si Lu Star Lord's body trembled. He was suddenly very curious about these 2 people. Where did they come from? However, when he saw that Lin Ling had already walked far away, his eyes turned cold. That young man from before was very powerful, but this one shouldn't be that powerful. A chance to save your life in the Tao realm is more important than your life. You want my life? Sorry, you can't do it. Si Lu Star Sovereign's body exploded, and a huge mass of colorful divine clouds appeared. It was as though he was escaping with Si Lu Star Sovereign. In the distance, Lin Ling also noticed this scene and shook his head sarcastically. That guy is even more terrifying than me. As soon as he said that, the Dongwang bell came down from the sky. All the clouds were trapped within it, and there was no way to escape. What is this? How can it lock onto my luck aura? Impossible. A shocked roar came from within the cloud. Luck aura was a type of luck, and it was also the aura of fortune. It was usually invisible and colorless, and it was difficult to capture. Chapter 46:51. Eastern Emperor Bell. Sheng Gi's hands moved slightly as he controlled the Eastern Emperor Bell. Under the Eastern Emperor Bell's seal, the Si Lu Star Lord's figure gradually formed. Next, his hands were destroyed by a violent force before he was taken away by the Tao realm. It would be even more difficult to recover an arm that was destroyed by the Eastern Emperor Bell. After dealing with these people, Lin Ling walked along the main road. He looked into the distance and smiled faintly. Bai Shan, Bernhardt, and Deng Xian are all here. We'll have some fun ahead. Emperor Shun, one of the 5 ancient emperors. This area is his territory. I wonder if he's related to Bai Shan and the rest. Moreover, Spirit Nation is also here. If we meet them, we'll be in trouble. Shungi nodded and followed Lin Ling. In Spirit Nation, there are only 1 or 2 experts that we're wary of, other than the great god of Spirit Nation. However, the 3 sacred sects of Bai Shan have some background. Lin Ling said, I'm afraid that Bai Shan is related to Emperor Shun and the rest. If that's the case, we'll have a lot of trouble. Lord Lin Ling, what's the background of the 3 sacred sects of Bai Shan? Why are they targeting the world will hosts? Xianxia had always been curious, so he asked. He knew that the three divine gates were ancient divine gates of the primal chaos realm, and he was even more aware that the three divine gates had a very powerful background. But he could not understand why the three sacred sects of Baishan were so curious about the world will hosts. Actually, I don't know why either, but I've always guessed that the great god behind them might be related to the world will hosts. Lin Ling pondered for a while before revealing his guesses. Xianxia gasped. If that was the case, that would be terrifying. Now that 7 of the world will hosts had appeared, the last 3 were still a mystery. And one of them was a magnate from the Chaos Realm. This news was too shocking. Don't underestimate the world will hosts. It won't be long before they rise. Lin Ling said again. Right now, Xiaoluan, Longyang, and the others were very weak. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that they would definitely rise. The two of them chatted as they walked, their speed not slow. However, the Dao realm was extremely large, with countless desolate mountains. Even after walking for an entire day, they still didn't reach the end. Looks like when Xiaoluan and the rest first came to the Dao realm land, it was also very far away from Lin Ling's island. During this process, Lin Ling and the others did encounter quite a number of gods. There were lesser gods and intermediate gods. However, they were wary of each other, so they only gave each other a quick glance before they left. It could be seen that Emperor Shun's territory was even more chaotic than Emperor Yao's. St. Guy, look. After walking for a long time, Lin Ling pointed at a mountain not too far away. There was an enormous skeleton there, and it seemed to be the skeleton of a god. These godly bones were definitely rare treasures in the void of the 9 prefectures. Unfortunately, to Lin Ling and the rest, it was just that. After all, they were gods too. However, what shocked them was that even gods had died here. They had used up all 3 chances of being protected by the Dao realm. This showed how cruel the Grand Wilderness was. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned. Then, St. Guy also saw them. A rainbow flashed across the sky, and 3 figures, one in front and one behind, quickly flew across the mountains. The 3 of them didn't dare to fly too high, for fear of attracting the pursuers behind them. Behind them, divine light shot into the sky, and the earth rumbled as if there were divine beasts running towards them. South Pole War God, where can you run to? Leave your wife behind, and we will spare your life. A wild voice, like thunder, spread through the mountains and wilderness. Wasn't the South Pole War God very capable during the era of the gods? Why are you running away so fast now? Trash. His wife is a famous beauty during the era of the gods. I've been jealous of her for a long time. Even I am tempted by what you said. Then, in the mountains, a huge divine elephant galloped, chasing after the 3 people in front. Oh no, they are catching up. The 3 people in front were shocked, as if they knew that the calamity was near. Most importantly, they could leave the Dao realm, but they didn't. If we leave, we won't be able to meet in the Chaos realm. The man looked at the woman beside him and said, his eyes full of reluctance, hold on a little longer. There are people there, and they seem to be very strong. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, and she suddenly pointed at Lin Ling and St. Guy. South Pole War God? At the same time, Lin Ling looked at the 3 gods in the sky. On the island, he had defeated an expert called the Earth War God. He probably had a close relationship with the South Pole War God. They should be one of the 5 war gods. The South Pole War God is a lesser god, about the same as the Earth War God. St. Guy also knew about the Earth War God. Fellow Taoists, please help. While Lin Ling and St. Guy were talking, the 3 people in the sky flew over and cupped their fists at Lin Ling. The 3 of them were a man, a woman, and an old man. After landing, they immediately approached Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned because he hadn't agreed. However, at this time, the divine elephant galloped over from afar. I didn't expect the South Pole War God to have companions. But judging from their strength, they should be early-stage middle gods. On the divine elephant, a skinny old man said, his eyes cold, brothers, how dare you interfere in the affairs of White Mountain? You must be tired of living. Westo Star-Lord, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him. On the divine elephant, a god in cotton clothes and a straw hat said coldly, I heard that having sex with a South Pole war god's wife can condense divine energy. How about we see who can kill more? The winner will be the first to have a taste of that beauty. A bald old man also said with a smile. His eyes were red and green, and it was extremely magical. That's a good plan. It's settled then. After 3 breaths, we'll attack together. 1. A man in a red robe began to count. 2. 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a blue robe suddenly appeared in front of the divine elephant. With one hand behind his back, he punched out fiercely. This punch was mixed with the ancient aura of the great wilderness, suppressing the heroes. It was too fast. The ancient gods on the divine elephant couldn't react at all. Boom! With a loud boom, all the ancient gods felt the ground shake. Then, the huge white divine elephant was punched into a pulp. How dare you destroy my divine elephant? The first old man was stunned and furious. Boom! However, as soon as he finished speaking, another punch came. It was unstoppable. A 5-colored light appeared at the same time, and the old man was taken away by the Tao realm. Chapter 4652. A mere unknown god dares to kill me. The blue-robed man floated in the air and looked coldly at the crowd. And he was Lin Ling. The expressions of the remaining 8 ancient gods changed drastically. What powerful strength! They estimated that his power of divinity had reached 5 million. On the ground, the South Pole war god also frowned. So strong. He has the strength of a mid-level god. However, this person is too arrogant. He killed West Dipper Star-Lord without saying anything. This has completely offended Bai Shan. The most terrifying thing is that we won't be able to escape from this matter. Yes, we only asked him to stop Bai Shan's gods. We didn't ask him to kill them. I heard that Bai Shan's gods are very powerful. If he dares to touch them, it's equivalent to challenging Bai Shan. Brother South Pole, what should we do now? The woman next to him also said worriedly, Leave immediately. Although this matter has something to do with us, he was the one who killed them. Bai Shan will look for him. The South Pole war god said secretly. Looking at the 8 ancient gods floating in the sky, they were still looking at Lin Ling coldly. They were also secretly discussing and evaluating Lin Ling's strength. He killed West Dipper's Star-Lord in 1 move. His strength is probably the best among early-stage, mid-level gods. I guess so. This person can't be defeated, or will be at a disadvantage. Let Bai Shan's gods move out and kill him. They chatted quickly. Then, the man in the straw hat said indifferently, Your Excellency, Bai Shan won't let the gods die in vain. We'll remember this grudge. Think of a way to apologize to Bai Shan yourself. Let's go. After saying that, the man led everyone away. Go. You want to leave when you can't win? In the sky, Lin Ling laughed. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the man in the straw hat was furious. He said coldly, Then what do you want? Don't tell me you dare to completely offend Bai Shan. Your Excellency, you killed West Dipper Star-Lord with a sneak attack. Don't think we don't know. That's right. We still have 8 people. If we really fight, you should know who's at a disadvantage, so don't be shameless. The other ancient gods also said majestically. Bai Shan, Lin Ling's sneer deepened when he heard the ancient god's words. In the void of the 9 prefectures, Bai Shan had already sent out experts to capture Lin Ling. Now, he still wanted to use Bai Shan to intimidate Lin Ling? What a joke. This level of threat doesn't pose much of a threat to me. He didn't plan on leaving anyone alive. Lin Ling's first stage of talent fusion appeared. The ferocious power of divinity erupted, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Rumble. The void was sliced apart. A sharp blood sword slashed over, and a sea of blood surged. In just one exchange, the god in the straw hat had fallen. Moreover, this person no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. He was completely dead. What's going on? This person can still become stronger? The expressions of the remaining 7 changed greatly. This time, it wasn't a sneak attack. They even saw the god in the straw hat make a move, but he couldn't stop a single slash. That sword strike was estimated to contain over 7 million units of the power of divinity. This level of power, most likely, he was invincible amongst early-stage gods. Run! Without wasting any more time, they all fled. Dongwang Bell. However, Saint Gui had been waiting for them for a long time. Just as they moved, the most domineering Dongwang Bell descended. This made the ancient gods' expressions change drastically. They wanted to leave the Tao realm. However, the Dongwang Bell smashed down. They were obviously too slow. If their souls weren't destroyed, they would be taken away by the Tao realm. The entire process took less than an incense stick's worth of time, and 8 mid-level gods had fallen here. These two are so strong. In the distance, the Southern War God and the others' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be so strong. Moreover, these two look unfamiliar. I guess they weren't famous gods back in the day. But this level of power. The pupils of the silent old man also trembled. Let's go. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, Lin Ling and Saint Gui joined forces to kill the gods. Then they strode away. My lord, the 3 people we saved earlier actually ran away without even saying a word of thanks. How rude. Saint Gui said. Not only were they rude, but they were also trying to frame us. Lin Ling shook his head and said, they approached us as soon as they arrived. Their goal was to use us to shake off their pursuers. During this process, they didn't ask for our permission. If we were weak, we would be in trouble now. Yeah, Saint Gui was enlightened. How shameless. Forget it. Let's go to Shaolin first. We're close now. Lin Ling paid no attention to the 3 of them, because to a medium deity, a lesser deity was just an ant. The 2 of them hurried along the ground again. After a full day, a divine mountain finally appeared in front of them. Around the divine mountain, multicolored light was boundless, and there were thousands of auspicious colors. A layer of white mist shrouded the divine mountain, and it was very mystical. We're here. Lin Ling stopped in a forest far away from the divine mountain. Saint Gui looked into the distance and was undoubtedly surprised. Mountain? The place where Shaolin and the others first came from was actually a mountain, while we are on an island. It's not just mountains. I heard that there are also valleys, seas, and other places. Lin Ling smiled and explained, Shaolin was surrounded at the top of the mountain. This means that the Kirishin and the others are also on the mountain. I believe that the 10 orthodoxies and the Ox Demon Tribe's patriarchs are also there. We're old friends. Haha, interesting. If they haven't come out of the mist, I wonder how surprised they will be when they see us. Saint Gui smiled and said with anticipation, as long as we can enter the mountain, we can help Shaolin. Moreover, I believe that the people on the mountain are all people who haven't made it out of the mist. They shouldn't be that strong. The difficult part is how to get through the mist. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he pointed at the bottom of the mountain. Look, there are countless experts there. They haven't returned to the mountain, which means that there's no way to get back to the miasma. Also, if we want to enter the miasma, we will have to go through them. There should be many gods under by Shan and Bernhardt. We can't underestimate them. Fortunately, there aren't any late-stage mid-gods. I should be able to deal with mid-stage mid-gods. Saint Gui smiled as he looked at the bottom of the mountain. Lin Ling nodded. With his current strength, there weren't many early-stage mid-gods that could be his match. As for mid-stage mid-gods, Saint Gui could deal with them. Wait for me. I'll see if there's a way to enter the miasma. Lin Ling reminded Saint Gui before he entered the square prison. Old Devil. When he reappeared, Lin Ling was already in front of Old Devil's cell. Chapter 46:53. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and didn't continue the topic. Tell me, how can I enter the miasma? Old Devil was shocked by Lin Ling's expression. He guessed that Mountain Sea Sage was no longer here. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't be so angry. Walking out of the miasma is simple. If you want to go back, Old Devil said with difficulty. Not going to say. Lin Ling spat out coldly. Say. Old Devil wanted a bargain. But because the matter with Mountain Sea Sage had failed, he was afraid that Lin Ling would be angry. So he quickly said it. I once saw a stone tablet in a secret realm in the Tao realm. It recorded the method to return to the miasma. In fact, returning to the miasma is returning to the nebulous primordial chi. Even the strongest ancient great god would get lost. But if you can light the 7-soul lamp, you can find your way out. You're lost. Old Devil didn't dare to hide anything. 7-soul lamp? Lin Ling frowned. It's the 7-soul lamp in the soul. If you want to light it, it's very simple. Sir, I can teach you. If you want to play tricks like last time, then kill yourself. I'm too lazy to do it. I don't dare. Old Devil was completely frightened by Lin Ling. He quickly taught Lin Ling how to light the 7-soul lamp. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult, and Lin Ling quickly learned it. Lin Ling didn't say a word and left. What a fierce Sir Prison. Old Devil was still afraid after seeing Lin Ling leave. He still thought that Mountain Sea Sage's matter had failed, which was why Sir Prison was so angry. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling was faking it. Old Devil was too cunning. If Lin Ling was too easy to talk to, then this old man might have some tricks up his sleeve. Sir, inside the forest, Xianxia was ecstatic to see Lin Ling opening his eyes. I found a way to enter the miasma. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled at Saint Gi. My lord, you're amazing. Saint Gi's heart trembled. The Tao boundary was left behind by the ancient giant god. Even the 5 emperors wouldn't be able to break through its laws. However, Sir Lin Ling was able to do so again and again, as if he was cheating. Then, the two of them walked toward the sacred mountain. At the foot of the divine mountain, multicolored divine light soared into the sky from time to time. This place seemed to be the gathering place of the gods, and there were countless experts here. Some of them were Emperor Shun's men, while others were White Mountain's men. They were in groups of 3 to 5, sitting cross-legged on the ground and cultivating. Caught you. At this moment, several rainbows shot down from the sky, and the 3 of them were thrown down. These 3 people were the Antarctic war god, and the others that Lin Ling had saved not long ago. At the same time, Lin Ling and Xianxia also saw this scene. Speak. Did you kill West Dipper's Star Emperor? A majestic voice rang out, and a burly old man looked at them coldly. This old man was 5 meters tall, and his entire body shone with golden light. He looked like a giant Buddha. Behind him, multicolored divine light spread out from time to time. It was very terrifying. This meant that his talent must be above the 5th stage divine embryo. Senior, we really didn't kill him. We're innocent. The 3 of them clearly knew who the old man was, and they kept kowtowing. They knew that this old man was the Buddhist patriarch of one of the 3 provinces. He was extremely powerful. Back in the age of gods, he once transformed into an abyss of Buddhist light and devoured countless ancient gods. You don't want to talk, do you? Do you think that you won't die because you have the protection of the Tao boundary? Let me tell you, the Tao boundary only protects you in life or death battles. If I use other means against you, as long as it doesn't endanger your lives, the Tao boundary won't interfere. This means that as long as I attack your souls, even if you leave the Tao boundary, you won't be able to escape death. The Buddhist patriarch said coldly. As expected of ancient gods who had cultivated the Tao boundary for many years, they had already found many loopholes in the Tao boundary. The South Pole war god and the others paled instantly. They did not doubt the Buddhist patriarch's words at all. We'll talk. The ones who killed West Dipper's Star Lord were 2 young people. One of them is very powerful, and the other controls the divine clock. The South Pole war god also said immediately, I already knew that you didn't kill him, because with your strength, you can't kill him at all. Next to the Buddhist patriarch, a middle-aged man holding a bamboo pole said calmly. He waved his right hand, and a stream of light flowed out, then turned into a large number of illusions. Are those 2 people in here? The middle-aged man asked the South Pole war god and the others. There were more than 100 illusions, and the South Pole war god and the others kept searching. Yes, they're over there. It's those 2. The beautiful woman next to the South Pole war god suddenly pointed at two illusions. These two were Lin Ling and Xianxia. At the same time, Lin Ling and Xianxia walked over from afar. Their eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The three of them had harmed them last time, and Lin Ling and the others had saved them. Now, these three dared to betray Lin Ling and the others. How shameless! Who are they? The middle-aged man stared at the illusions of Lin Ling and Xianxia and frowned. They're some newbies who appeared in Emperor Yao's territory. Back then, they worked together to kill Patriarch Leitai once, so I remembered them. I didn't expect them to dare to touch our people. The Buddhist Patriarch was from one of the three provinces, and he had a good relationship with Patriarch Leitai. That was why he had the appearance of Lin Ling and the others. Patriarch Leitai was the one who attacked Xianxia and the others after they left the miasma. If not for Lin Ling's timely help, the Dongwang Bell would have been snatched away. Do you really think we don't dare to go to Emperor Yao's territory? Inform the gods to set out immediately and capture those two alive. The Patriarch of the Buddha realm ordered. No need to look, we're already here. However, just as the order was given, a cold voice rang out. Two figures walked over slowly from afar. It was Lin Ling and Xianxia. The South Pole war god's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Lin Ling and Xianxia and said, "Patriarch of the Buddhist Patriarch, it's them. It's them. I advised them not to touch White Mountain's people not long ago, but they didn't listen and even injured us." That's right. The woman beside him nodded repeatedly. They were undoubtedly very excited. Now that the two had appeared again, it was a good opportunity to attract the attention of the Buddhist Patriarch and the others. They could vent their anger, and the three of them had a chance to escape. Chapter 46-54. Lin Ling was expressionless, but the colder he was, the more the three of them trembled. They had all seen Lin Ling's strength. He was extremely powerful and decisive. This has nothing to do with us. The woman was so scared that she didn't dare to look at Lin Ling and the others in the eye. Goddess Xianxia, don't be afraid of them. With the Patriarch of the Buddhist sect here, they won't be able to do anything. The South Pole War God was also extremely afraid, but he still encouraged himself. Yes. The woman nodded and finally relaxed. Although these two were powerful, they couldn't compare to the Patriarch of the Buddhist sect. Moreover, there were countless gods below the sacred mountain. It was not their turn to be arrogant. "Kid, are you the one who killed Patriarch Leitai and Western Dipper's Star-Lord?" Yes. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Buddhist sect was also staring coldly at Lin Ling. That's right. Lin Ling also stared at the old man. He was a mid-stage mid-god with a very high talent and strength. However, he was here with Xianxia. What did he have to fear? Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling, Xianxia, and the others had massacred countless mid-gods. You also killed Patriarch Leitai once. You should tell me how I'm going to torture you to death. The Patriarch of the Buddhist sect said again. Patriarch Leitai? Lin Ling sneered. That old man who encircled and annihilated my subordinates last time? That's right, he did die in my hands. If I see him again, I'll kill him all the same. I'll kill him until he can't revive. Patriarch Leitai was only an early-stage mid-god. Lin Ling could kill him alone. You're really arrogant. Seeing that Lin Ling showed no signs of running away, the Patriarch of the Buddhist sect was secretly shocked, but he was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. He had a feeling that if these two young men didn't die, he would be in trouble in the future. At this moment, Lin Ling said, "Cut the crap. I just want to ask, do you really want to kill me?" Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm going to kill you? The Patriarch of the Buddhist realm laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life. Ha ha ha. At the foot of the sacred mountain, mocking laughter rang out. Although the two young men had extraordinary auras, there were so many gods here. How could I not kill these two gods? Of course. The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect finally said coldly after laughing loudly. The South Pole battle god and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. The two of them were finally going to die, and they didn't have to die. All right, I'll remember this. However, the most important thing right now is to settle the old scores. Lin Ling didn't stop. He walked toward the South Pole war god and the others. Fellow Taoist, you're looking down on us too much. Seeing that Lin Ling and the South Pole war god were getting more and more arrogant, a ray of light flashed over. Then, an old man in black appeared in front of Lin Ling. He held a sword in his hand and pointed it diagonally at the ground. He looked like he was going to stop Lin Ling. He was not weak. He was an early-stage intermediate god, a third-grade intermediate god fetus, and had the power of 6 million Tao gods. The power of 6 million Taos of divinity, even among middle deities, was considered a mid-tier power. These two immature little gods had probably just broken through to become mid-level gods. How much more powerful could their divine energy be? It's the green bamboo elder. He was transformed from a green bamboo beside the Path River in ancient times. He spent 30 million years comprehending the path and finally became a god. The South Pole battle god and the others were a little excited. Get lost. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the old man. He didn't stop walking and punched out at the same time. Ignorant child. The old man in black smiled disdainfully. The sword in his hand stabbed out. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the sound of the great Tao appeared. The sword emitted a green light and a hazy mist. It was as if the scene of a green bamboo beside the Path River had appeared. The sword instantly slashed out 6 million Tao gods' power. One had to know that when a lesser god broke through to intermediate god, regardless of talent, the most basic requirement was 1 million Tao gods' power. It was no wonder that the old man in black looked down on Lin Ling and the South Pole war god. Lin Ling and the others were new gods, so they probably only had a little more than 1 million Tao gods' power. It was possible that they only had 1 million Tao gods' power. Ignorant? Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He didn't use any moves. His hand grabbed out. His basic power of Tao gods was 7 million Tao gods' power. Coupled with his terrifying physical strength, 6 million Tao gods' power of Tao gods was just asking for death. The Path River scenery was destroyed by a single hand. The green sword was also destroyed. An arm landed on his neck. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The old man in black's neck was broken by Lin Ling. Most importantly, he no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. So he was completely dead. Bang! Lin Ling threw the bloody head aside and continued walking toward the South Pole war god and the others. The entire sacred mountain was silent. Too fast. Old Man Green Bamboo died too quickly. For a moment, even the ancestral patriarch frowned and didn't act rashly. On the other hand, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the South Pole war god and the others, looking down at them. The South Pole war god and the others trembled. They seemed to have forgotten to run or speak. It seemed like a short period of time, but they felt like centuries had passed. Finally, they looked up at Lin Ling. But at this moment, a terrifying soul fluctuation came. Last time, you came uninvited and forced us to help you. I already hated the three of you. But in the end, you were just ants. If you had stayed far away from me, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But who knew that you would dare to betray me? People like you can only die. This dignified soul energy entered their bodies through their limbs and bones. Then they felt that there was something extra in their souls. It was as if a bomb had been buried in their souls. With Lin Ling's current powerful soul power, not to mention reincarnated gods like them, even among the ancient great gods who were still alive, there were only a few who could surpass him. The South Pole war god's expression changed drastically. What did you do to us? The ancestral patriarch reminded me that the Tao realm wouldn't protect you if you weren't in a life and death situation. So, I buried a killing intent in your souls. As long as you are 10 meters away from me, it will explode and tear your souls apart, making it difficult for you to reincarnate. Lin Ling said coldly. Don't. The three of them panicked. The ancient gods around them narrowed their eyes. Generally speaking, using soul power to control the life and death of the other party required a powerful soul power. Moreover, one needed to be more than 10 times stronger than the opponent. For example, it was very difficult when two gods were fighting. This was because a battle between gods of similar strength would instantly change. How could one use such soul power? All right, you can all die now, Lin Ling said again. With a slash of his sword, a sea of blood surged. This slash could take the lives of the three of them. However, the Tao realm could also protect them and take them away. Chapter 4655. Don't. The three of them screamed. This was the first time they felt so panicked and regretful after reincarnating. It was as if they had met with a calamity. Unfortunately, it was useless. The Tao realm had taken them away. The Antarctic war god's soul had been torn apart when he left the Tao realm. As for the other two, they would probably die as soon as they returned to the Chaos realm. Lin Ling looked at the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect. Next, it's time to settle the score with you. Anyone who wants to kill my lord is an enemy of Saint Guy. There's no room for mercy. Only death awaits. Xianxia looked at them, his eyes filled with killing intent. Although you have some strength, with just the two of you, the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect shone with a blinding golden light. He still didn't think much of Lin Ling and Xianxia. Ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect, how have you been? However, just as the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect was about to attack, a cold voice sounded. Then, a divine light danced. Above the divine light, a dozen figures stood. All of them had the strength of a middle god. Their leader was dressed in luxurious brocade robes. He held a jade scepter in his hand and released an ancient aura. Xianxia, Emperor Shun's man, the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect, looked up and frowned. Like Patriarch Leitai, he was also a subordinate of one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Shun. However, this was Emperor Shun's territory. Most importantly, he had never been on good terms with the god holding the jade scepter. That god was called Xianxia, and he was extremely powerful. Last time you killed my people, I thought you would leave this place. Who knew that you wouldn't leave? Do you really think we don't exist? The man in luxurious brocade robes said coldly. The jade scepter in his hand shone with an emerald light. The ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist sect couldn't be bothered with Lin Ling. He stared at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, your disciple doesn't know how to behave. I'm just teaching him how to behave. Dying in my hands is better than dying in the hands of others. Shameless boasting. Xianxia was furious. He raised his hand, and the emerald scepter shone with an ancient divine light. This divine light contained the power of 20 million rays of divinity. Rumble. Before the light could reach the ground, the earth began to tremble. Some of the weaker gods were corroded and turned into pieces of jade. Most importantly, they were clearly heavily injured, but they weren't taken away by the Tao realm experts. This showed just how terrifying that divine light was. How dare you touch my people? On the ground, the tall patriarch of the Buddhist realm finally stood up. His entire body shone with a dazzling golden light. It was so dazzling that one could not look directly at him. Boom! He threw out a punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it also contained the power of 23 million Tao gods. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Rui scepter, the power of a god was simply too great. Rumble. Xianxia roared angrily. Kill them. The divine clouds were destroyed. The great ancient gods that he had brought with him all shot towards the ground, displaying their powerful attacks. Kill. The deities of the ancestral master of the Buddha realm also leaped into the sky and clashed with each other. 2 mid-stage mid-gods, and both of them have 20 million units of divine energy. How frightening. That's right. Once the power of divinity reaches 10 million, the power can already turn something rotten into something miraculous. It's as if the laws have been broken. I wonder which one of them is more powerful. At the foot of the sacred mountain, the spectating deities discussed animatedly. As for Lin Ling and Xianxia, they were also watching the great battle, their eyes flickering. Lin Ling, in particular, had a smile on his face. There was a hint of anticipation in his smile. Now that his talent had greatly increased and his strength had skyrocketed, he also wanted to fight against mid-stage mid-gods. As for Xianxia, because he had a heaven-defying divine weapon in his hand, he didn't have much anticipation. After all, he was no match for mid-stage mid-gods with his true strength. Seal. At this moment, the Rui's scepter in the sky shone even more brightly. Ka. The golden Buddha that was more than 10 meters tall was enveloped by the green light and quietly turned into a green stone. This was the power of Xianxia's 6th grade divine fetus. Break. However, the huge green stone suddenly trembled. Then, a golden palm slapped out and broke the seal. The power of a god is not weak at all. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Powerful divine energy had such power. It could break the shackles and change one's fate. It was said that the top ancient deities didn't need to be proficient in any techniques. They only needed to have a huge amount of divine energy. They could defeat 3 intellect with brute force. No divine ability could stop the destruction of divine energy. Boom! Soon, the green stone exploded. A golden light soared into the sky and collided with Xianxia. The fan-like golden Buddha palm wanted to destroy the 9 heavens. Come out! Xianxia didn't hide his strength and went all out. He held the Rui's scepter in his hand as if he was holding a hoe and smashed it down. This Rui's scepter was formed by his talent. His origin was also formed by a divine stone at the border of the world. Rumble. The 2 experts collided. The dazzling light was like the sun, causing the distant sacred mountain to tremble. On the sacred mountain, countless deities stared into the distance. They knew that a fierce battle was erupting at the foot of the mountain. Puff! At this moment, divine blood spilled, dripping onto the ground and corroding it. If one looked carefully, they would see that the divine blood was green. After the strong light of the sun, a figure stood in the sky. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was Xianxia. He was obviously injured, and it was not light. Ha! Looking at the ground, the huge golden Buddha laughed loudly. Although his palm was also dripping with golden blood, it was obvious that his injuries were not that serious. Patriarch of the 3 provinces, Patriarch of the Buddhist realm, I underestimated you. Xianxia said coldly. It's too late to realize that now. The Patriarch of the Buddhist realm laughed again. Your talent may be powerful, but my divine energy is stronger. As long as I am not afraid of your talent, you are nothing. His gaze swept across and landed on the people brought by the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm. You want to take revenge on me? What a joke. You're just a bunch of weaklings. It's not the end yet. You're laughing too early, Xianxia said coldly. He gathered his strength and prepared for the second wave of attacks. Excuse me, the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm is my prey. Don't you dare snatch him. But at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. A young man in a blue robe walked out slowly with a sword in his hand, and he was Linling. The foot of the sacred mountain instantly fell silent. The strength of the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm was obvious to all. Even Xianxia, a mid-stage mid-god, could not do anything to the Patriarch of the Buddhist realm. This early-stage mid-god actually asked Xianxia not to snatch his prey? He must be crazy. Who are you? An early-stage low god? You're no match for him. Get lost. At first, Xianxia thought that it was some expert, but then he realized that it was just an early-stage mid-god weakling. Chapter 46:56. Haha, not bad, not bad. You're my first prey. Xianxia is also injured. Let him rest for a while. I'll kill you first. The huge golden Buddha looked at Linling and laughed loudly. He was going to attack Linling. You're asking for it, Xianxia snorted. He thought that the blue-robe god would not be able to withstand a single attack from the ancestral patriarch. Linling did not waste any time. He shot toward the ancestral patriarch. He was so fast that it was as if he was passing through the void. Not bad at all. The ancestral patriarch nodded slightly. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of golden light. He looked huge, but his speed was not slow at all. Boom! His huge Buddha palm slapped out viciously. 25 million units of divine power were activated. Lin Ling held the tyrant's song, sword in his hand. His blue robe turned gray, and an aura of nirvanic extermination filled the air. Around him, 7 great talents were displayed. It was terrifying. So many talents. Everyone was shocked. How strange. However, what's the use of having so many talents? Your cultivation level is too low. Xianxia was also shocked, but he still shook his head in disdain. Although a mid-level god was different from a low-level god, and early-level mid-level gods had a chance of defeating mid-level gods, the chances were very low. There were only 1 or 2 in a few million people. If one could not withstand 25 million units of divine power, then no matter how strong one's talent was, it was useless. Boom! At this moment, the 2 gods collided. The sword collided with the Buddha palm. Strong light bloomed and a storm swept out. Chi chi chi. The void continued to tremble. The 2 figures, one big and one small, were evenly matched. What? Seeing this scene, shocked voices rose one after another. Xianxia's eyes trembled. He could not believe the result in front of him. He had thought that no matter how strong an early-level mid-level god was, it would be difficult for him to defeat a mid-level god. However, in the blink of an eye, the young man faced him head-on and was not at a disadvantage at all. How do you have such power? At this moment, the ancestral patriarch's expression changed. He sensed that Lin Ling's sword seemed to be blessed by the gods. He could not destroy it at all. This is a mid-level god. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Previously, he had been observing the battle. In the end, he had concluded that the patriarch of the Buddhist realm was not as strong as he had imagined. Therefore, he had taken the initiative to challenge him. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. Rumble. The patriarch of the Fo sex body shone with golden light as he struck out with his palm. Then the 2 of them exploded with speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Looking at the ground again, it was riddled with holes. The people on the sacred mountain in the distance were terrified. However, they couldn't see the battle at the foot of the mountain. They only knew that the battle between the gods was fierce. You don't have 20 million divine power. You only have 10 million. How can you block my divine power? After exchanging hundreds of blows, the patriarch of the Buddhist realm also sensed something. 10 million units of godly power? He is only an early-stage mid-god. Upon hearing the words of the Buddhist patriarch, the sacred mountain was even more shocked. Lin Ling still held the tyrant's song, sword diagonally, and sneered. Because I have the strength of 2,000. 2,000. His power of godly power was 13 million units. His fleshly body strength was 15 million worlds worth of power. That was 2,000. This was also the reason why he could fight against the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. However, no one knew what Lin Ling's 2,000 meant. All right, it's time to end this. At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. He had learned a lot from his first battle with a mid-stage mid-god. However, it was indeed time to end this. End? You mean you want to defeat me? The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was stunned. Of course. Do you think I'm running away? Lin Ling retorted with disdain. Ha ha ha. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was so angry that he laughed. This little god was indeed capable. However, he hadn't used his full strength. Being looked down upon by such a small god, his heart was filled with anger. I'd like to see how you can defeat me, 8-faced bodhisattva. With a roar, he activated his powerful innate ability. Bang, bang, bang. Behind him, 8 golden Buddhas, each more than 10 meters tall, walked out slowly. They were like 8 tall mountains or 8 bodhisattvas looking down at the world. With a single step, the earth shook. The golden light from the 8 bodhisattvas was blinding as it shot into the clouds. This is the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. Even Xianxia was sent flying by the powerful aura. He knew how terrifying the patriarch of the Buddhist realm was. At the foot of the celestial mountain, all the mid-gods narrowed their eyes. The patriarch of one of the three provinces was indeed powerful. Let's see how you can block this. Let me tell you, each of my 8-faced bodhisattvas has 20 million units of godly power. Your stupid 2,000 will definitely collapse. The 8 bodhisattvas spoke at the same time. They surrounded Lin Ling from 8 different directions. My lord! In the distance, Saint Guy immediately shouted, "No need. I can handle this." The flames of battle in Lin Ling's eyes burned even more fiercely. He wanted to test out the Panga strike. Ha ha, you can handle this? Let me tell you, you've been sealed in 8 directions. With your speed, you can't dodge. You can only block it. So you can't handle it. The 8 bodhisattvas roared at the same time. Rolling Buddha palms slammed toward Lin Ling. Sorry, I didn't think of dodging. I just want to block it. At this moment, Lin Ling's angry roar made all the gods gasp. Block it? One idiotic dream. One patriarch of the Buddhist realm might be able to block it, but there were 8 of them. Rumble. At the same time, the Buddha palms arrived and destroyed everything in their path. Earth-splitting slash. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling activated the Panga's attack. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the 8 Buddha palms landed on Lin Ling. It was as if they could destroy the universe. But Lin Ling was as calm as a mountain. What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened. 8 bodhisattvas with 20 million units of godly power had attacked, and that little god had blocked it? How is that possible? This can't be real. At the same time, the 8 bodhisattvas roared like thunder. This was too invincible. It's my turn. Sky-splitting slash. Ignoring the patriarch of the Buddhist realm's shock, Lin Ling roared and slammed his palms down. Now that he had fused with his innate gifts, his physical strength had reached 15 million units. After using sky-splitting slash, it was as if he could really split the sky. Rumble. One of the golden Buddhas exploded, causing the other golden Buddhas to continue disappearing. As long as the patriarch of the Buddhist realm's true body was found, he would not be able to block Lin Ling's attack. Of course, part of the reason why Lin Ling could win was because the patriarch of the Buddhist realm had been slightly injured in the battle with Xianxia. Who are you? The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was wrapped in a 5-colored light and brought out of the Tao realm. You don't have the right to know. Lin Ling floated down to the ground and did not say anything. Even after the patriarch of the Buddhist realm disappeared, the entire sacred mountain was still silent. All the gods stared at Lin Ling, their eyes full of shock. They did not dare to act rashly. They looked at Xianxia again. His eyes were trembling, and he was silent. Even he could not defeat the patriarch of the Buddhist realm, but Lin Ling could easily suppress him. Chapter 46-57. Xianxia could be considered as a reincarnated ancient god. He was knowledgeable and had comprehended the laws of the great Tao for many years. He had a deep understanding of the strength of gods. However, Lin Ling's previous move had completely overturned his thoughts. Of course, the others thought so too. They could not understand what Lin Ling was doing. He is Lei Gong Lin Ling. However, the silence did not last long. At the foot of the sacred mountain, a god suddenly stood up and looked coldly at Lin Ling. This god had obviously seen Lin Ling before. In fact, he had been curious since long ago. However, he was not sure because the Lei Gong Lin Ling in his imagination should not be this strong, and he was one of the 4 spiritual gods of Spirit Nation. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Yes, the sacred mountain was in an uproar. Some had heard of Lin Ling, but some had not. Those who had heard of Lin Ling's name were undoubtedly related to Bai Shan and the rest. You're Lei Gong Lin Ling. At the foot of the sacred mountain, a gale swept up. A figure formed by green wind appeared and looked majestically at Lin Ling. Mid-stage, mid-deity. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he sensed the strength of this person. Rumble. The divine wind blew, covering the sky and earth. It was like a huge black hole that constantly spewed out ferocious whirlpools. Some of the weaker gods exploded and died under the gale whirlpools. If not, they would be taken away by the Tao realm. The entire world seemed to be shaking by a huge hand. It was turbulent. Amidst the gale, a mountain-like figure was faintly discernible. He had 8 faces and a tiger's body and 10 tails. He was very terrifying. 12 ancestral shamans, Heavenly Wu, Witch of the Wind. On the ground, the gods exclaimed, "Thunderlord Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come here, of all places." Ancestral shaman Heavenly Wu's voice moved with the wind, causing countless echoes. Lei Gong Lin Ling. In the southeast, another god rose to prominence, leading countless ancient gods to eye Lin Ling covetously. They were from Burning Heart. The Buddha god had ordered them to bring Lin Ling back to the primal chaos realm. But at the critical moment, Taoist Pure Sun arrived and disrupted their plans, causing them to return in failure. After Lei Gong Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, he disappeared without a trace. In the short term, it would be difficult for them to find Lin Ling, but they never thought that Lin Ling would actually dare to appear in front of them. With the rise of that great god, more and more ancient great gods appeared. There was Bai Shan, Deng Xian, and so on. The entire sacred mountain was in chaos. Ancestral sorcerer Tian Wu, like ancestral witch Chang Liang, he is one of the 12 ancestral witches. Moreover, the ancient witch ancestor is said to be of Pangu's bloodline. Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently. Long before he came here, he had foreseen this scene, so he was not flustered. My lord, Saint Guy also flew over and landed beside Lin Ling, looking down at the sacred mountain with surging battle intent. It's fine. As long as we can enter the miasma, we win. Lin Ling smiled nonchalantly. With a way out, Lin Ling was no longer worried. Otherwise, if he and Saint Guy were to fight against so many ancient great gods, they would not be able to win. Capture him. At this moment, the ancient great gods in the distance finally moved, erupting with earth-shattering strength. From afar, the sky was filled with experts, terrifying to the extreme. This also caused some of the gods in Emperor Shun's tomb to gasp. Who is this Lei Gong Lin Ling? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling led Saint Guy into action. Ha ha, Lei Gong Lin Ling, we've searched high and low for you, but to no avail. A powerful early-stage mid-deity was the fastest, and he let out an arrogant laugh. Fellow Taoists, this Lei Gong Lin Ling killed the ancestral patriarch of the Buddhist realm. I'm afraid he used some forbidden technique. Now, he's just an ordinary mid-god. Another person shouted. Previously, Lin Ling had been too invincible, making them feel that it was unreal, so they did not dare to act rashly. However, they all felt that with Lin Ling's cultivation realm, it was impossible for him to control such a powerful technique. If he could use it, there would be side effects. Rumble. While they were lost in thought, the god who had spoken first was killed by Lin Ling with a single slash of his sword. Moreover, this person did not have the protection of a Tao realm expert, so his head was separated from his body, and he was completely dead. Although he didn't use that forbidden technique, he's still very strong. Everyone, be careful. He's already trapped here and can't escape. Tian Wu was secretly shocked, but he also shouted loudly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I advise you to stop resisting and come back with us obediently. I swear that I won't hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions. A powerful divine monk said calmly. That's right. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lampheart. The Lampheart will not hurt you and will treat you as a friend. Another ancient great god said. Won't hurt me, Lin Ling sneered. Of course, he did not believe such words. He did not waste any time. With a slash of his sword, he sent one of the 4 spiritual deities back to the void of Jiuzhou. Looking at Lin Ling's sea of blood, the spiritual deity's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he could not do so. He had heard of Lin Ling's strength long ago. It was rumored that Lin Ling was the first mid-god in the void of Jiuzhou. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was indeed so. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I'll come in later. I want to see them take you away with my own eyes. The old spiritual deity said resentfully. Then, he was taken away by the Tao state. However, he would definitely come in later to laugh at Lin Ling and gloat over his misfortune. Get lost. Lin Ling looked disdainful. The White Mountain and the other two sects were indeed related to the Spirit Nation. The spiritual deity was here, but they pretended not to see him. Go to hell. Lin Ling and Xianxia charged in the direction of the miasma, killing everything in their path. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've just entered the Tao state. Do you really want to be the enemy of all the deities of this era? Seeing that Lin Ling ignored them, the deities were furious. You should know that if you resist us, you'll end up in a miserable state. You won't be able to stay in the Tao state again. Even the 5 emperors can't save you. The divine monk said coldly. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling flew across the sky and laughed maniacally. You guys think too highly of yourselves. You guys can't represent the entire Tao realm. Moreover, even if you can, I have nothing to fear from going against the entire world. His voice was like the ocean, spreading across the entire sacred mountain. Arrogant. Fellow cultivators, I don't think we should hold back anymore. Injure him and take him away. That's right. He's like a cornered beast now. He can't escape. Voices filled with heavenly might floated out. All the mid-gods attacked. It was obvious that the White Mountain's 3 sects were indeed powerful. They had countless experts. My lord, I'll do it. Xianxia had long wanted to attack. Seeing the deities attack, he volunteered himself. Wait for the mid-stage mid-gods to attack before you attack. However, Lin Ling refused with a smile. He went all out and displayed all 7 of his talents. A blood sword with endless killing power rushed forward. Chapter 4658. The moment his soul power appeared, the attacks of the surrounding divine energy slowed down significantly. Of course, the slowness wasn't that obvious. But to Lin Ling, it was enough. Dying. The Quafu Sunchaser boots appeared under Lin Ling's feet. His speed seemed to have transcended time and space. At this speed, not many mid-stage mid-gods could catch up to him. Not good. He disappeared. The faces of the dozens of mid-gods changed as they witnessed Lin Ling's speed. It was as if time was flowing backward, disappearing and reappearing. It was too fast. Not only could they not catch up to him, they couldn't even lock on a Lin Ling with their divine abilities. Rumble. The sea of blood roiled as the steps of death infused Lin Ling's entire body's energy into a sword slash. An early-stage mid-god was taken away by a Tao realm expert. Next, 2nd place. 3rd place. The 5-colored radiance continued to bloom in the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, causing the gods in the distance to gasp. So many ancient gods joined forces, but they were all killed by Lin Ling. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was simply invincible among early-stage mid-gods. This Lei Gong Lin Ling is too strong. His divine energy, speed, and defense have all reached an unimaginable standard. Golden-winged great rock, I'll have to trouble you. The divine monk couldn't help but frown after witnessing the scene. He then said to a golden-haired man beside him, "The peace of the world will depend on the great rock lord. This Lin Ling is a person of the world consciousness. The Buddha god specifically asked to bring him back." Hearing this, the golden-haired man nodded. He's just an early-stage mid-god. He should be proud that he made me take action. But his speed is indeed fast. Unfortunately, I have the bloodline of the golden-winged great rock. With a flap of my wings, I can move 108,000 worlds. Down. As he spoke, he walked forward step by step. A pair of 100-meter-long golden wings appeared on his back. It's the golden-winged great rock god. He has made his move. Hee. Not only does the golden-winged great rock god possess the most ancient bloodline of the beast gods, he also has mid-stage mid-god strength. How can that Lei Gong Lin Ling block him? That's right. Let's wait for a good show. The deities all stopped and looked at each other with cold smiles on their faces. So fast. Lin Ling had sensed at the moment the golden-winged great rock attacked. Not only was the ancient great god fast, but he was also very powerful. He was twice as powerful as the patriarch of the Buddhist realm. Lei Gong Lin Ling, What can you do now that I'm here? Endless echoes also sounded in the sky, the sound mixed with a thick sense of disdain. Dongwang. However, just as the golden-winged rock approached, a divine aura suddenly pressed down. In the sky, the ancient divine bell tore through the void and smashed down as if it was suppressing the universe. Unless the golden-winged great rock abandoned Lin Ling and left, he would definitely be injured. However, the golden-winged great Peng was ultimately the most ancient deity. How could he be afraid of a divine bell? He suddenly gritted his teeth and attacked Lin Ling again. Boom! With this attack, a five-colored light appeared, and the extremely fast golden-winged great rock was ruthlessly smashed by the Dongwang bell, taking him away from the Tao realm. In fact, with his speed, the Dongwang bell would have a hard time catching up to him. However, he was too confident that he would give up speed to fight the Dongwang bell, which was tantamount to courting death. This is the Dongwang bell. After being taken away by the five-colored light, the golden-winged great rock finally reacted, and his eyes continued to tremble. The Dongwang Tai bell, the most precious treasure of the ancient great god, was actually controlled by Lin Ling. Most importantly, even a mid-stage intermediate god could not withstand a single blow from the divine bell. Damn it! Why didn't anyone warn him that Lin Ling had such a precious treasure with him? The Dongwang bell. At this moment, the deities below the sacred mountain were also silent, and they were all tongue-tied. How could such a treasure appear here? The Dongwang Tai bell is said to be the strongest chaos divine artifact in terms of attack power. How can we block it? No wonder Lei Gong Lin Ling dared to come here with two people. The deities were discussing animatedly, and their expressions changed drastically. Quafu Sunchasur Boots, Dongwang Tai Bell, the two of you really have a powerful background. Each of you has a chaos divine artifact. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly floated down, and then a woman wearing beast skin slowly appeared with a large number of deities. Emperor Shun. Looking at the woman, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was one of the 5 Tao Realm Emperors. Emperor Shun, why don't you take the 2 Chaos Divine Artifacts? Lei Gong Lin Ling and the other person will be taken away by us. This is the order of the Buddha God. What do you think? Someone suggested to the woman. The woman's eyes flickered. She looked beautiful, but her expression was domineering and domineering. She was the first female emperor of the human race, and she was as famous as the other 4 emperors. Sure, she immediately nodded lightly. How could she not be moved by the Chaos Divine Artifact? If she could obtain this divine artifact, she could also step into the Tao Pagoda and fight against the real ancient great gods. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you can't fly away even if you have wings. Why are you so stubborn? She stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently. She did not know Lin Ling at all. However, she was familiar with Baishan and the other 2 holy sects. Hence, she had to give Baishan and the other 2 holy sects face. In fact, many deities in the Tao realm had to give face to the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, because in the Chaos realm, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were so powerful that no deity dared to provoke them. Hee, the so-called 5 emperors of the human race, I think so too. Lin Ling stared at the empress and sneered. Emperor Yao had left a bad impression on him, and so did this Emperor Shun. So you're saying that you're rejecting me? Emperor Shun's face turned cold. Others may think of you as one of the 5 emperors, but I don't think you're one of them. Also, don't think that just because you're one of the 5 emperors, I have to worship you. Sorry, but not long ago, I went against Emperor Yao. Lin Ling let out a hearty laugh, full of heroic spirit. He was fearless even in the face of the most ancient deity. His words made the other deities gasp. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was indeed arrogant, because even these famous deities did not dare to provoke the 5 emperors, but this unknown Lin Ling dared. Emperor Yao, even Emperor Shun's eyes flashed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Also, do you think that with so many deities here, you can catch me? If I, Lin Ling, want to leave, let alone you, even the god of creation would not be able to do anything to me. When Emperor Shun frowned, Lin Ling spoke again. Shameless boasting. As soon as these words fell, the 12 female deities beside Emperor Shun roared. Some of them were wearing bee skins, while others were wearing armor, but their strength was incomparably strong. If you have the ability, then come and catch me. Lin Ling gave Xianxia a look and did not waste any more words. He quickly flew towards the sacred mountain. No matter, this place has been sealed. He can't escape anywhere. What he said before was just a momentary show of strength. Seeing Lin Ling and the others flee, the Witch of the Wind immediately sneered. Her words caused many deities to react and nod their heads. Chapter 46:59. She did not seem to be in a hurry. Clearly, she wanted to give Lin Ling immense pressure, like a cat catching a mouse. But just as she finished speaking, someone exclaimed, "Look, they are running towards the celestial mountain. Are they going to crash into the mountain?" Haha, they are really panicking. There is no way out of the celestial mountain. There is only one way up, and that is through the miasma. They will definitely not take that path. Another god said confidently. After he finished speaking, he also burst into laughter. Everyone knew that the miasma of the celestial mountain could only be left. Going back was a dead end. Even if the 5 emperors were here, they could not turn back. Therefore, unless Lin Ling wanted to die, he would definitely not choose that path. More importantly, if there was danger in the Dao realm, he could still be protected by the Dao realm. But if he died in the miasma, he would be lost forever. There were people who had tried to enter the miasma before, but the result was that they had disappeared forever. Lei Gong Lin Ling, come back with us, and you will not die. But if you enter the miasma, even the ancient gods will not be able to save you. The Witch of the Wind, Tian Wu, sneered. But before he could finish, Lin Ling and Xianxia disappeared into the miasma. Their disappearance was like a slap to his face. At the same time, the celestial mountain was silent. Lei Gong Lin Ling had really entered the miasma. Was he crazy? Although Lin Ling was trapped, he still had a way out. For example, he could commit suicide. He could leave the Dao realm, but it would be difficult for him to enter again. Or, if he was taken away by the White Mountain, he might not die. However, Lin Ling had chosen the path that was the most courting death. This outcome was simply beyond their expectations. Damn it! The Emperor Shun was stunned for a moment. His forehead was full of veins, and his face was full of fangs. He looked like a monster. Damn it! The gods on the White Mountain side were not any better. They were so angry that they cursed. Moreover, they thought that Lin Ling and the others were dead for sure. Unfortunately, no one knew that at this moment, in the miasma, 2 figures were slowly moving forward. The lamp of 7 souls burned quietly, as if it was a guiding light, pointing into the distance. The surroundings were very quiet, as if they had come to another world. My lord, even though Saint Guy had the Dongwang bell with him, he still felt like he had lost contact with Lin Ling. Follow me, don't get lost. Lin Ling said solemnly. If he got lost in this place, then Xianxia would disappear forever. Lin Ling looked into the distance and could vaguely see a winding road. However, the visibility was only 2 meters, and it was illuminated by the 7 soul lamps. It was hard to imagine how they would have been able to find a way out without the 7 souls lamp. Crackle. On Lin Ling's shoulders and the top of his head, the 7 souls lantern was like the flame of a bronze lamp. And Lin Ling and Saint Guy continued on like this, as if they were walking the path of life and death in the underworld. As they walked, time seemed to stop. It gave Lin Ling and Saint Guy the feeling that they had walked for a few centuries, even to the most ancient era. Gradually, illusions appeared in the haze around them. They were 2 specks of dust, dazzling specks of dust. The specks of dust floated around as if they had entered the laws of the universe. They gradually turned into children, and then slowly grew up. Moreover, these 2 specks of dust were obviously different. After one of the specks of dust grew from a child, it suddenly emitted light as if it had created a new world. However, after the light dissipated, This speck of dust also dimmed and gradually disappeared. It turned into a child again and slowly grew up. Looking at the other speck of dust, this one did not change at all. It continued to grow and disappear. The life of this speck of dust was clearly displayed in front of Lin Ling and Saint Guy. Until a certain moment, Lin Ling and Saint Guy's bodies trembled at the same time. "This is us." They spoke at the same time. This was because this speck of dust was their most previous life. It could even be said that it was their origin. The reason why they were so sure was because Lin Ling had seen Li Xiaoyao's life. After Li Xiaoyao's death, Lin Ling's life had also appeared. An ancient Yin sect, Heaven Mystics Nation, Sacred Rainforest, Qingzhou, and so on. It was like a seed that sprouted and slowly grew. It made Lin Ling sigh at his own life. Of course, Saint Guy was the same. He had seen his previous life, a descendant of Dong Wang Tai's tomb, a trusted aide. However, when a world war came, he was killed. Dong Wang Tai had erased everything about his previous life, so no one could find out about Saint Guy's origin. All of this was to protect Saint Guy. "My lord, your most previous life." Suddenly, Saint Guy exclaimed. He had seen Lin Ling's most original life create a world. Lin Ling's body trembled. He had always been curious about his most recent life. Many people had tried to find out about it, but to no avail. Instead, this miasma had found out. Creating a world. Could it be that my lord's previous life was a god of creation? Saint Guy laughed bitterly. Although he knew that Lin Ling's origin was terrifying, he did not expect him to be a god of creation. "This, I don't know either." Lin Ling frowned. He thought about why the primal chaos realm's ancient god had helped him. Could it be that it was all for his previous life? "My lord, first there was Hong Jun, then there was Tian." "That's what you told me." The universe created by the speck of dust is obviously not a small realm. Could it be that you are? Saint Guy guessed. If that was the case, then Lord Lin Ling was terrifying. And if he followed Lin Ling, he could imagine how great his background would be in the future. This made him even more determined to follow Lin Ling. "It's a pity that I still have no clue about all of this." Lin Ling still shook his head. He also hoped that he was the reincarnation of a god of creation. But so far, other than the divine chaos formula, there was nothing special about him. "My lord, you once guessed that the world's will is two-sided. It was formed by Hongjuan's will, and Hongjuan's will is divided into two. One is creation, the other is destruction. Could it be that you are the will of creation?" Shengyi made another guess. Lin Ling remained silent. Without a doubt, today's trip had made him feel very conflicted. He did not know if all of this was real or fake. "The two of you are the first gods of the Tao realm to walk out of the miasma. The Tao realm will reward you with a chance to protect you." At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. It was very polite. The gods of the Tao realm were only protected by the Tao realm 3 times, but many people were surprised. Now, Lin Ling and the others were protected by the Tao realm for the 4th time. Chapter 4660. After the voice, the originally gray and misty world suddenly became clear. The further they went, the clearer the ground under their feet became. Following that, a series of lively noises could be heard. Shenning is probably going to reach the 7th level. Shenning is nothing. The most powerful one is still Princess Beirou. She has the highest chance of reaching the 9th level. Of course, I think she still lacks the ability to walk out of the miasma. Sigh, not many people have walked out of the miasma in all these years. These voices obviously came from the experts of the Celestial Mountain. They surrounded the miasma from afar and witnessed the changes in the miasma. But at this moment, 2 figures suddenly walked out of the miasma. 2 more people failed. Seeing the 2 of them, everyone laughed in schadenfreude. When they saw the 2 people walk out of the miasma, they naturally thought they were the losers. The 2 people were Lin Ling and Saint Guy. After entering the Celestial Mountain, they looked around and found that they could see the entire sky. The area was very large and was about the same as the island they were on. However, there were many divine birds around the Celestial Mountain. If they tried to fly out of the Celestial Mountain, they would not end well. Is this the place where Xiaolun first came to the Dao realm? Lin Ling swept his gaze across and did not see any familiar faces. Hey, which level of the miasma have you reached? At that moment, a voice sounded. A man in white divine armor was looking at Lin Ling and Yi Fuqian in a dignified manner. Because there were too many ancient great gods on the celestial mountain, they did not recognize Lin Ling. However, they were curious about which level Lin Ling and Saint Guy had reached. It's none of your business. Lin Ling did not even look at the man. They had come from the outside. Who knew how many levels they had reached? It's none of my business? Kid, you don't know the rules. The ancient great god in white armor frowned, and his face turned cold. He felt that Lin Ling and Saint Guy were too arrogant. Kid, our rule here is that no matter who enters the miasma, they have to inform others of the result after they come out. An old man said indifferently. This was indeed the rule of the celestial mountain. However, Lin Ling was an outsider. Any rules were useless to him. It's none of my business. Lin Ling continued walking forward. Saint Guy also had a disdainful smile. Kid, don't force me to attack you. Otherwise, I'll make you waste a chance of the Dao realm protection. The ancient great god in white was angry. I'm afraid you're not. Lin Ling also stopped in his tracks and looked calmly at the ancient great god. Xiaolun had been captured here, which meant that there were many great ancient great gods from the celestial mountain. Saint Guy, this person was Saint Guy. Saint Guy, great ancient great god in the celestial mountain. The primordial god's body trembled, and a total of 300,000 strands of power of divinity was released. He was an existence that couldn't be underestimated among lesser deities. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a fist shot over like a meteor and instantly appeared in front of the man's eyes. The terrifying fist was mixed with astral winds and blew the man's long hair. Even his divine armor was cracking at this moment. In just one move, that ancient great god was about to be unable to block it. At this moment, the nearby area fell silent. The expressions of all the ancient great gods changed drastically. A god, the man finally reacted, and his face turned pale. Senior, I didn't know that you were a medium deity. I hope that Senior can forgive me for my impulsiveness. Then, the ancient god hurriedly begged for mercy, his heart pounding. Are you saying that if I wasn't a god, you would have attacked me? Lin Ling stood in front of the ancient god and said indifferently. It was obvious that this ancient god could not reply. Die. He didn't think that this person could say anything. So Lin Ling punched out. A 5-colored light flashed, and the ancient god was taken away by the Dao realm. Just because he was curious about which level Lin Ling had reached, he had wasted a chance to be protected by the Tao realm. After dealing with the man, Lin Ling turned to the crowd and said, Is there anyone who knows about the Kirishin and the Titanic Crescent god? Kirishin? When the gods heard this name, their expressions changed. It seems that all of you know. Tell me, where are they? Lin Ling said coldly. However, everyone was silent, as if they didn't dare to speak casually. Very well. Now let's see if you have the ability to stop me. Lin Ling and Shengyi looked at each other and didn't waste any more words. They unleashed their strength and suppressed the gods with domineering strength. Your Excellency, aren't you being too overbearing by doing this? Seeing Lin Ling and the others rushing over aggressively, all the ancient gods frowned and were very puzzled. Where did these two people come from? Why had they never seen them after being on the Divine Mountain for so many years? Die. Lin Ling didn't even bother to use his sword. He relied on his fists to destroy the universe. With one punch, 2 lesser deities fell. One was taken away by the Dao realm, and the other was completely dead. Crazy. This is crazy. Everyone was furious. If he really wanted to kill them, he should at least let them know why he killed them. Killing them for no reason was too overbearing. Rumble. In front of the miasma, divine energy surged in all directions. Many ancient gods fell and disappeared in the sky with unwillingness. Your Excellency, you're too arrogant. Finally, several mid-level deity stage experts appeared. Mid-deities? Lin Ling looked over with a disdainful smile on his face. Kid, what's the meaning of this? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for killing for no reason? An old man who looked very impressive shouted. The appearance of these mid-deities shook everyone's spirits. They stared at Lin Ling and Xianxia with murderous intent. Kill them. However, Lin Ling only glanced at them and then said to Xianxia, Yes, Your Excellency. Xianxia nodded with a cold smile. These mid-deities didn't walk out of the miasma, which meant that they weren't strong at all. To him and Lin Ling, they weren't much different from lesser deities. Rumble. The Dongwang bell appeared and pressed down. The majestic heavenly might seemed to lock down everyone's life and death. What's this? The mid-deities who were previously arrogant were shocked. They wanted to say something, but they were all taken away by the five-colored light. There was nothing they could do to stop it. I'll talk. After more deities fell, an old man finally shouted, They're in the southeast of the Divine Mountain. What a bunch of idiots. If you said so earlier, you wouldn't have to die. Lin Ling looked at the remaining deities mockingly, then led Xianxia to the southeast. The Divine Mountain was huge, and it was divided into several camps. Among them were the camps of White Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian. They were in the southeast. Chapter 46-61. This is where Bai Shan and the others are. Let's kill our way in. Lin Ling looked at the flat mountaintop and saw dense mist floating up. There were also quite a few caves. He knew that there were quite a lot of gods here. The Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand. With a fierce slash, a terrifying sea of blood flooded over. Rumble. Not far away, a few ancient great gods who were cultivating sensed a terrifying fluctuation. Soon after, they saw a surging sea of blood flooding over. They all opened their mouths wide, not understanding what was going on. If they didn't die, they would be taken away by the Tao realm. Rumble. Saint Guy activated the Eastern Emperor Bell and tyrannically destroyed Bai Shan's headquarters. Sir, what is the meaning of this? There were mid-level deities appearing, and there were quite a few of them. Without a doubt, they were all furious, and they couldn't understand what was going on. Nothing. I just want to kill you all. Seeing more experts appear, Lin Ling smiled. With a slash of his sword, it was as if he could split the heavens and earth. The experts who just appeared were all killed in one slash. A few escaped quickly and wanted to say something, but they were smashed to death by Saint Guy's Eastern Emperor Bell. Previously, Bai Shan and Bernhard had surrounded Lin Ling at the foot of the sacred mountain. Now, Lin Ling was killing his way into their headquarters. It was time to collect some interest. He's late gone Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone let out a loud roar as he recognized Lin Ling. This person was one of the 4 spiritual gods of Spirit Nation. There were 4 spiritual gods in Spirit Nation. One was killed by Lin Ling on the path of domination, and another was killed by Lin Ling at the foot of the sacred mountain. The last one was on the sacred mountain, Lei Gong Lin Ling. Many people had heard of this name, and their expressions changed greatly. In the past, they heard that there was a god named Lei Gong Lin Ling in the Jiuzhou Void. He was very arrogant and didn't even fear Bai Shan. At that time, they were disdainful. If it weren't for the fact that the Jiuzhou Void was too difficult to enter, they would have let Lei Gong Lin Ling know what an ancient god was. But who knew that Lei Gong Lin Ling, who they didn't take seriously, would actually come to the sacred mountain? Most importantly, such strength had simply exceeded their imaginations, and it was completely different from the rumors. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how'd he get here? At this time, many gods flew from afar. Their hearts pounded when they saw Lin Ling. Among them was Lord Ning. Last time on the Path of Sovereigns, Lord Ning already knew that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased and had long since surpassed him. However, who would have known that not only was Lin Ling extremely powerful, but he was also able to enter their divine mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling, Lei Gong Lin Ling. Those beside Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer were the people of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer. They knew that their green lotus deity Slaughterer had died at Lin Ling's hands. But after seeing Lin Ling's strength with their own eyes, they realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would be the strongest person when we entered the Dao realm together. Back then, there were many people stronger than him. A woman said in shock. When others entered the Dao realm, their strength increased by 10 times. But when Lin Ling entered the Dao realm, his strength increased by 10 million times. Kirishin, where are they? Lin Ling looked at Lord of the Yuzhou, Divine Slaughterer, and said indifferently. Seeing these old acquaintances again, a strange feeling rose in his heart. Lei Gong Lin Ling is here. Where is he? Where is he? Before Lord of the Yuzhou, Divine Slaughterer, and the others could speak, the earth shook in the distance. A demon ox appeared majestically, its strength incomparably great. The huge ox head swept around and suddenly saw Lin Ling in the air. The ox head spat out flames and immediately charged at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, how have you been? I've always wanted to meet you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. This huge demon ox was the demon ox clan's young patriarch who had lost to Lin Ling time and time again. Of course, that was in the past. Now that he was cultivating on the sacred mountain, his strength had increased greatly, and he had reached the 8th layer of the fog barrier. He was confident that he had surpassed Lin Ling. This stupid ox, seeing the young patriarch recklessly attacking Lin Ling, Lord of the Yuzhou Divine Slaughterer, and the others sighed inwardly. Even if the demon ox clan's patriarch was here, Lin Ling wouldn't be a match, let alone this young patriarch. My son, you can't. While the young patriarch was attacking Lin Ling, a huge ox head appeared in the distance, floating along the clouds. Its demonic chi was incomparably terrifying, but at this moment, it was shouting in panic. Naturally, it was the demon ox clan's patriarch. Although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds in the sacred mountain, he had always felt that he was still not a match for Lin Ling. Of course, he could understand his son's painstaking efforts. Since losing to Lin Ling time and time again, his son had set this as his life's goal, to surpass Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling, how could he hold back? Bang! The huge demon ox collided with Lin Ling, but it was blocked. No matter how hard he tried to run, he couldn't take a step forward. Looking at Lin Ling again, he stretched out a finger and blocked the young patriarch's attack with a single finger. Your strength! How did you become so weak? Lin Ling frowned, very puzzled. That's impossible. That's impossible. I'm already one of the best among low gods. The demon ox spat out human words, so angry that his nostrils continued to spit fire. My son, how can you be a match for him? I'm afraid he's already a mid-god. In the distance, the demon ox clan's patriarch seemed to have seen something and said bitterly, Mid-god? The young patriarch's body shook, and with a rumble his huge ox body fell to the ground, and tears flowed out of his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to increase his strength, but who would have thought that this hateful Lin Ling had actually reached the mid-god level? In this way, when would Longyang change her mind? At this moment, the demon ox clan's patriarch pleaded, Lin Ling, you want to find the Kirishin, right? I'll take you there. I hope you can spare my son's life. He doesn't have any evil intentions. It's just a man's pride causing trouble. Fine. Lin Ling nodded. After becoming a mid-god, all lower gods were ants to him. He didn't care about the young patriarch at all. Lin Ling. At the same time, Lord Ning looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. However, Lin Ling ignored him. At present, finding the Kirishin was his priority. Demon Ox Clan's patriarch, you dare. Have you forgotten how lowly you were as an ox? You helped us find the Dao Realm fragment, and now you dare to rebel against us. You're dead. Seeing the Demon Ox Clan's patriarch help Lin Ling, the gods of White Mountain all shouted angrily. The Demon Ox Clan's patriarch was very good at flattery, and because of this, they let him stay. But who would have thought that as soon as Lin Ling arrived, this guy would turn against them? Chapter 4662. Yes, my lord. Saint Guy activated the Dongwang bell, killing gods and Buddhas alike. No one could stop him. What power! Killing lesser gods is as easy as chopping vegetables. Not only that, even an intermediate god couldn't take a single hit from him. With just the two of them, the three divine gates of White Mountain were swept away. Hall Lake Gong is rising. The gods who came from the void of the 9 prefectures whispered to each other after witnessing St. Guy's massacre of the gods of White Mountain. Where in the Tao realm did this guy appear? How did his strength increase so much? Lord Ning followed behind Lin Ling, and the shock on his face deepened. Now, he couldn't even leave the Divine Mountain, but Lin Ling had already left the place he came from and came directly to them. This was unbelievable. Most importantly, his strength was so great that killing intermediate gods was as easy as flipping his hand. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others came to an open space. There they saw flaming chains that sealed a large group of people in the center. Upon closer inspection, the gods trapped in the open space were none other than the Cultivation and the others. Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling, there was no doubt that the Cultivation and the others were shocked beyond words. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is Lin Ling here? Of course, most of them thought that it was an illusion. After all, none of this was possible. Cultivation, Titanic Crescent God, Eugene, it's me. Lin Ling smiled when he saw their confusion. With a slash of the sword in his hand, the flaming chains were cut in half. The hearts of the Cultivation and the others trembled when they saw the powerful chains being cut in half. One must know that the chains contained 100 strands of divine energy. Lin Ling, is that really you? Behind the Cultivation, Nyogu and the others were also there. They were all looking at Lin Ling with excitement. It's me. When Lin Ling saw these acquaintances, his mood also involuntarily became a little better. He said with a smile, I've already seen Xiaolun, so I came to help you all. Xiaolun? The eyes of the Cultivation and the others flashed. After pondering for a moment, they finally understood. This meant that Lin Ling had met Xiaolun in the void of the 9 states and had rushed here to help. You little brat, you've really changed after 3 days of separation. You're the only mid-level deity among all the deities in the void of the 9 prefectures who entered the realm of Tao. Cultivation sighed. He never thought that Lei Gong's disciple, Lin Ling, would have reached such a level of strength. Who said I'm the only one? Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Shengyi is also a mid-god. Nanwu Fengyu, God Emperor Zhanggang, and the others are also mid-gods. Maybe soon, Yu and the others will also be mid-gods. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with envy. How did you all cultivate? How did you cultivate so quickly? Eugene could not help but ask. It was one thing for Lin Ling to become a mid-god, but there were so many people in Lei Gong's hall who had become mid-gods. Look at them. None of them had become mid-gods. Everyone had entered the realm of Tao at the same time. Why did the gap become so big after entering? After you all leave the fog, I'll tell you how to find the fragments of the realm of Tao. Lin Ling naturally knew that Nanwu Fengyu and the others were able to successfully enter the realm of Tao because of those cheating methods. Otherwise, they would be about the same as the Cultivation and the others. Right. Immediately inform Xiaolun that I'm here. Lin Ling did not want to waste time and said to the Cultivation. The Cultivation nodded. Xiaolun had been hiding in the void of the 9 prefectures to avoid being caught. But now that Lin Ling was here, who could catch them? Not long after, Xiaolun arrived. When she saw everyone, she could not help but cry emotionally. Thank you, Lord Lin Ling. Thank you, Lord Lin Ling. Xiaolun bowed to Lin Ling, very happy. She knew very well that if it were not for Lin Ling, she would not have the chance to return to the realm of Tao, and she would never be able to see Grandpa Cultivation and the others. Moreover, when she met Lin Ling in the void of the 9 prefectures, she did not have much hope. After all, the journey from Lin Ling's island to the Divine Mountain was very long, and there were many gods blocking the way. It was simply impossible, but who knew that Lord Lin Ling had succeeded? And the time spent was so short. Now, only Longyang is left. Lin Ling smiled at Xiaolun, planning to help Longyang next. He knew very well that the realm of Tao was the place where Longyang and the others could become stronger. If they wasted too much time, It would be equivalent to missing the opportunity to become stronger. Moreover, they were the last batch of gods to enter the realm of Tao. This was even more reason not to miss it. Let's rest here for a while. We haven't seen each other for so long. Let's catch up. Next, Lin Ling and the Kirishin sat down and laughed as they chatted. Lord Ning and the others were tongue-tied at this scene. Only Lin Ling dared to talk and laugh in the territory of White Mountain and the others. However, although the 3 divine gates of White Mountain had countless experts, they could not enter the divine mountain. So, they could only let Lin Ling and the others do whatever they wanted. What? Lei Gong Lin Ling and the others have appeared on the divine mountain? At this moment, at the foot of the divine mountain, a cry of surprise rang out, shocking the entire divine mountain into silence. Clearly, the experts at the foot of the mountain knew what had happened. They entered the divine mountain. How did they pass through the miasma? When Emperor Shun heard the voice, he was also shocked. One had to know that she had thought that Lin Ling and the others would be forever lost in the miasma. In my opinion, this Lin Ling is doing on purpose. His goal is to go to the divine mountain. Otherwise, how would the 2 of them dare to come here? In the distance, the Witch of the Wind, Tian Wu, coldly said, feeling like he had been played. Of course, he was not the only one who had been played. All the ancient gods present had been played. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Emperor Shun's face was gloomy. Originally, she did not care to know the name Lin Ling, but now, she remembered it deeply. After so many years, there were very few people who dared to play with her, one of the 5 emperors, and were still alive. Lei Gong Lin Ling was probably the only one. No matter what his goal is, he must leave the divine mountain. We will wait at the foot of the divine mountain and see how he leaves. Emperor Shun ordered, guard this place heavily. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. She no longer cared about Bai Shan and the others. She only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Shun is angry. If Lin Ling dies, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Yes, the Buddha God ordered us to bring Lin Ling back. I only hope that we can bring Lin Ling away before Emperor Shun kills Lin Ling. Seeing Emperor Shun's murderous aura, the gods of Baishan whispered among themselves. Lin Ling and Kirishin discussed for a long time on the Divine Mountain. In the end, they decided to bring them away to meet up with Nanwa Treasure God and the others, while he went to find Long Yang. Chapter 46-63. After entering the square prison, Lin Ling stood in front of the cell and looked at Third Devil Lord who was in the cell. Sir, looking at the handsome and cold Lin Ling, Third Ghost Master was obviously flustered. He rubbed his hands together and smiled apologetically. What is your wish? Lin Ling's face was expressionless. He did not say much, only one sentence. Wish. Old man Sin blinked. He didn't understand why Lin Ling asked that. Could it be that the prison wanted to kill him? Although the square prison didn't have the ability to kill him, Lin Ling had already planted an opportunity in the depths of his soul and controlled his life and death. In fact, Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough to plant this opportunity. However, he had taken the initiative to enter Lin Ling's soul last time. That was why he ended up like this. Sir, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Old Manson knelt down and kept kowtowing. I don't have any wishes. I don't have any regrets. Sir, please don't kill me. His shout also frightened the experts in the surrounding cells. Lin Ling was speechless. He had asked that because he felt that if he kept asking Old Man San for help, he should give him some benefits. Who knew that this guy would think that he was going to kill him? I don't plan to kill you. I just want to know if there's any way to leave this place when you're new to the Tao state. Lin Ling said calmly. Sir, you really won't kill me? Old Man Sin looked up in disbelief. If you keep talking nonsense, I might have to kill you, Lin Ling said coldly. No nonsense, no nonsense. Old Man San kept waving his hand and said, if you want to leave this place when you're new to the Tao state, the only way is to charge out of the encirclement of the cosmic beasts. Those cosmic beasts are very strong. Without the strength of a mid-level deity, it's usually difficult to charge out. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. If you're lucky, there's a chance to escape. For example, if you're fast enough, or if you have something to attract the attention of the cosmic beasts. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. The universe beasts around the sacred mountain were all flying beasts. It was very difficult to surpass them in terms of speed. However, he had the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. If he unleashed his full strength, it might be possible. Other than this method, is there anything else? Lin Ling asked again. No. Of course, if you have the strength, you can walk through the miasma. Old Devil said. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Lin Ling leave just like that, Sangui was immediately startled and hurriedly shouted, Master, you asked me before if I had any wishes. This lowly one does. This lowly one wants to go. Master, master. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already disappeared from the prison cell. Old Devil looked up at the sky with incomparable regret. He had clearly missed an opportunity. Lin Ling returned from the square prison and told everyone how to leave. If he wanted to leave the sacred mountain, it would undoubtedly be very dangerous. Moreover, if he missed the opportunity to pass through the fog barrier, he would lose a lot of Tao realm fragments. As for leaving through the miasma, firstly, the Kirishin and the others did not have the strength to do so. Secondly, after leaving the miasma, they would be greeted by the Emperor Shun and the other powerhouses. After passing through the miasma, apart from the reward of Tao realm fragments, there is nothing else. After leaving this place, I will tell you how to obtain more Tao realm fragments. Kirishin, what do you think? After explaining, Lin Ling looked at everyone and said, All right, we will go with you. The Kirishin and the others nodded. Lin Ling was the leader of the four gods, and he was with them. Naturally, they chose to believe in Lin Ling. Moreover, if they stayed here, the White Mountain and the other three divine gates would also harm them. Seeing the Kirishin and the others nod, Lin Ling looked at the Ox Demon Patriarch. The latter pondered for a while before finally nodding. I will go with you. Now that the Ox Demon Patriarch and the others had offended the White Mountain and the other three divine gates, they had no choice but to leave. Since everyone has decided to leave, then let's get ready. Lin Ling instructed, and then began to discuss with Saint Guy. Saint Guy, I will be in charge of attracting the attention of the birds and beasts. You will lead them away from the divine mountain and then land on the ground. I believe that the Emperor Shun has sealed off the divine mountain, but they did not expect us to leave through the sky. Therefore, this is an opportunity for us. Sir, why don't I attract the attention of the birds in the universe? Your defense and attack are strong, but your speed is slow. If you're entangled by the birds and beasts, you will never be able to leave. Let me be the bait. Moreover, your task is not simple. You will be in charge of bringing them back to the island. All right, sir, please be careful. After some discussion, Saint Guy could only nod. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked into the distance through the endless miasma and landed in the sky of the divine mountain. He knew that this trip would be dangerous. After all, even a peak mid-level god would find it difficult to leave the divine mountain, let alone an early-stage mid-level god. Lin Ling, we are ready. After a long time, the Kirishin and the rest returned. Saint Guy, kill all the gods on the White Mountain. Lin Ling ordered Saint Guy in order not to leak any information. Saint Guy obeyed the order and left. Senior Kirishin, I can't guarantee your safety on this trip. No matter what happens later, you must follow Saint Guy. He will ensure your safety. After Saint Guy left, Lin Ling looked at the Kirishin and the rest and said, Lin Ling, ever since we entered the Tao realm, safety has long been far away from us. However, we have no regrets, because in the Tao realm, we have seen many familiar faces. Here, we have seen many of our enemies. Perhaps we originally belonged here. Kirishin smiled, then looked into the distance and sighed. I wonder how old Lei is doing. Now, they all knew that Lei Gong was not dead, but they had not seen him in a long time. Lei Gong has always been hiding in the dark. Perhaps he is even stronger than us now. Don't worry, I have a feeling that he is already in the Tao realm. Lin Ling smiled at the thought of Lei Gong. At the same time, Saint Guy returned with a murderous aura. It seemed that he had killed most of the gods on the island. Sir, I have surveyed the entire Divine Mountain. That is the most suitable direction to leave. Moreover, it is far from the bottom of the Divine Mountain. If we leave secretly, the gods at the bottom of the Divine Mountain will not notice us. St. Guy said, "All right, let's set off immediately." Chapter 46:64. And in the distance, the blue sky and white clouds seemed to be very peaceful. But if one looked carefully, one could vaguely see black dots rapidly flying through the sky, and those were the birds of the universe. These birds of the universe were very ancient and were a type of primitive bird. Moreover, they were very strange. Other than their intelligence being inferior to humans, their overall strength was stronger than humans. Okay, after I attract a large number of birds of prey, you guys take the opportunity to leave. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and then he shot into the distance. As soon as he left the sacred mountain, he was immediately targeted by a bird of prey. This was a white-headed eagle, extremely huge, and like a mountain, it flew towards Lin Ling at an incomparably fast speed. Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his sword. A deafening eagle cry was heard. Lin Ling's sword slashed on the white-headed eagle's wings, but it couldn't kill it. It could only cut off some feathers, and these feathers were incomparably heavy, like iron blocks falling to the ground. What a strong defense! Lin Ling was secretly shocked and immediately flew into the distance. In his opinion, these birds of prey were as terrifying as the universe crocodiles. If it was one-on-one, Lin Ling could still kill them. But if there were too many of them, Lin Ling would have to avoid the sharp edge. Whoosh! The white-headed eagle was obviously angry. With a flap of its wings, it chased after Lin Ling. Moreover, as Lin Ling rushed into the distance, in the distant sky, even more huge birds of prey flew over. Some birds of prey had the head of a tiger and the body of a bird. They opened their huge mouths, wanting to swallow Lin Ling. And some birds of prey only had one leg, and their bodies were covered in flames, like fire phoenixes flying over. Good timing. Looking at the birds of prey in the sky, Lin Ling laughed and went all out. The third stage of the fusion talent appeared, and he attacked continuously, attracting the attention of even more birds of prey. Rumble. In the sky, a fierce battle broke out, as if the earth was shaking. Many birds of prey were killed by Lin Ling's sword. However, there were too many birds of prey, and those killed by Lin Ling were only the weakest ones. On the contrary, a black mass of ferocious birds surrounded Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Watching Lin Ling fighting those birds alone, the spectators on the Celestial Mountains cliff were sweating profusely. They were worried for Lin Ling. Aside from St. Guy, the rest of the cosmic beasts would be torn to shreds in less than a breath if they appeared in the sky. Moreover, not to mention the gods who had never walked out of the miasma, even the gods in the Tao realm didn't dare to casually approach the sky above the sacred mountain. Come on, let's fight! Lin Ling flew as he fought. His speed was neither too fast nor too slow. This was to attract more ferocious birds. Moreover, he also had to prevent himself from being surrounded by the birds and blocking the road ahead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, a large mass of red clouds surged from the front. Its speed was very fast, and it emitted a sound that made one's scalp tingle. It was the magic mosquito. These mosquitoes were even more terrifying than the ones Lin Ling had encountered in the miasma, because they were all as fast as lightning. In an instant, they had submerged Lin Ling, clone of the true body. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically, and he released 3,000 clones to fight back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the clones appeared, Lin Ling felt as if he had fallen into a violent storm. He was surrounded by magic mosquitoes, and they covered his body and madly sucked his blood. Moreover, these magic mosquitoes were obviously different. They didn't absorb divine essence, but only blood. Most importantly, each magic mosquito was protected by a powerful divine power. Fellow cultivators, let's kill them. Lin Ling shouted and took the lead, charging forward madly. Fortunately, he had used 3,000 clones. Otherwise, It would be a fool's dream to rely on one person as bait to fill the stomachs of these magic mosquitoes. Boom! An ancient aura surged into the sky, and a large number of magic mosquitoes were sent flying. This was the power of 3,000 clones erupting together. Then, countless figures shot into the distance, and at the forefront was Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ling's clothes were torn, and he was as thin as a matchstick. This was caused by the magic mosquitoes sucking his blood. Fortunately, Lin Ling's body was extremely strong, and he recovered in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. Moreover, the clones rushed back. These clones were all as thin as a matchstick, and their blood had been sucked dry. Fellow cultivator, thank you for your trouble. Lin Ling also kept thanking him. He looked around and found a large black mass behind him. Tens of thousands of birds were flying over. Good timing. Lin Ling temporarily slowed down and waited for the birds to come closer. Then he slashed out fiercely, and the sea of blood drowned out. After angering these cosmic beasts again, he shot into the distance like a meteor. How terrifying. Lin Ling, can he hold on? At this moment, on the sacred mountain, everyone was trembling with fear because they could no longer see Lin Ling's figure. They could only see the birds flying in the sky. Lord Lin Ling, there's no need for us to worry. Everyone, get ready. We will leave in 3 breaths. Only Saint Guy knew Lin Ling's strength. He knew that Lin Ling would not die in the mouths of those beasts. Now, what he needed to do was to protect everyone and leave. Go! Then, Saint Guy roared and led everyone out of the sacred mountain. They followed behind the birds and flew carefully. At this moment, Lin Ling also noticed that Saint Guy and the others had left the sacred mountain. This made him burst out with speed, and he rushed forward crazily, attracting more birds away. Time passed quietly. It seemed slow, but it was like a blink of an eye. At the same time, Saint Guy and the others began to fly towards the ground. When they landed on the ground, they looked up at the sky anxiously. Everyone, stop looking. This is still the vicinity of the sacred mountain. Leave this place immediately. Saint Guy gritted his teeth. If Emperor Shun and the others found out, all their efforts would be for naught. Lin Ling. Everyone's eyes were wet, and they were all touched. They gritted their teeth and left. Good. Saint Guy and the others have safely reached the ground. However, this is Emperor Shun's territory. If Saint Guy and the others are discovered by Emperor Shun, it will be troublesome. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying at full speed in the sky. Then, he turned around and flew towards the sacred mountain. Lin Ling was obviously trying to attract the attention of Emperor Shun and the others, so that Saint Guy and the others could leave this area safely. And this was a very dangerous move. However, it was rare for him to come to Emperor Shun's territory. If he did not make a big fuss, he would be letting Lin Ling down. At this moment, at the foot of the sacred mountain, a large number of gods were sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were shrouded in divine mist, and they looked very elegant. Look, what the hell is going on? The birds of the sacred mountain actually landed on the ground? No, there are people. Everyone saw the majestic scene in the sky because there were too many birds in the sky. This was also the first time they had seen so many birds of the universe gathered together. Some of the lesser gods were even trembling in fear at this moment. Chapter 46:65. That's Lei Gong Lin Ling. All of a sudden, the Witch of the Wind saw Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling. In one direction, Emperor Shun was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at the man in the lead. His face became even gloomier. This Lin Ling knows that we've sealed off the Divine Mountain, so he brought the cosmic beast here to settle the score with us. Damn it, what do we do now? The gods were panicking. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're shameless. The Witch of the Wind stood up and pointed at the sky, cursing. Ha ha, aren't you waiting for me? I'm here now, and I've brought you a great gift. Lin Ling took the lead. His blue robe was dazzling, intimidating the entire Divine Mountain. Great gift, my ass. The gods also cursed. This guy wants to perish together with us. Wind Ancestral Shaman Tianwu roared. As soon as his voice faded, a mid-stage, mid-god expert under Emperor Shun's tomb made his move. Countless tentacles shot into the sky like long hair and seaweed, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. 25 million units of the power of divinity erupted at the same time. Now, Lin Ling was attacked by a beast behind him and a god in front. It could be said that he was attacked from both sides. How dare you anger Emperor Shun? Lei Gong Lin Ling. Even 10 lives won't be enough for you. The one who attacked was a man, an awe-inspiring man. It could be seen that he worshipped Emperor Shun very much and was the Emperor Shun supporter. I'll remember you. Lin Ling smirked coldly, his eyes blazing with flames. Then he was drowned by the tentacles. A 5-colored light appeared and took Lin Ling away. This meant that Lin Ling had wasted a chance to be protected by a Dao Realm expert. If it were any other time, Lin Ling might still be able to resist a little. However, he had already expended a great deal of divine essence in his previous battle with the cosmic beast. In addition to the current situation, if he were to resist, even if he could withstand it, he would be torn apart by the birds behind him. Therefore, he was too lazy to fight to the death. When Lin Ling died, the god couldn't help but laugh. What a disappointment. With such little strength, I can't even raise the spirit to fight. Feng Shan, well done. Seeing that the god had made a great contribution, many people couldn't help praising him. Haha, it's nothing. The ancient great god called Feng Shan laughed even more proudly. Ha 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 ha. Seeing him laugh, the entire divine mountain laughed as well. However, this laughter didn't last long. Everyone's faces froze, and then their expressions changed drastically. This was because the birds were angered by Lin Ling and wanted to tear Lin Ling to pieces. However, Lin Ling's sudden death left them with nowhere to vent their anger, so they swept away the gods on the divine mountain. Run! The gods panicked. No, save me. One of the gods was caught in the claws of a white-headed condor, and he was shouting anxiously. Swoosh! However, the white-headed eagle tore the god in half with its claws. Blood splattered all over the ground, burning like fire. This god had obviously lost the protection of a Dao Realm expert and was completely dead. When the blood came out, the birds went crazy. Their eyes were red, and their bestial instincts erupted. The magic mosquitoes swarmed over, and a dozen mid-level gods were sucked dry. Moreover, even the protection of a Dao Realm expert was useless. They couldn't fight at all. This was because being sucked to death by the magic mosquitoes was different from a powerful attack. A Dao Realm expert couldn't sense that the person's life was in danger, so the 5-colored light wouldn't appear. After all, the Dao Realm was vast and boundless. Tens of thousands of gods died every day. No matter how powerful a Dao Realm expert was, it couldn't protect everyone. Oh no, it's the Jialawa heavenly mosquitoes. More screams could be heard. Whether it was the gods of White Mountain or Emperor Shun, they were all facing an apocalyptic calamity. Of course, some powerful gods were also attacking and killing many birds and beasts. But ultimately, they couldn't protect everyone. Lei Gong Lin Ling, it's Lei Gong Lin Ling. The eyes of the dying gods were filled with hatred. They knew that it was Lin Ling who had brought them down with him. Damn Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling had only used up one chance of being protected by a Dao Realm expert, but they had used up more and even lost their lives. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At this moment, Emperor Shun stood there quietly in the distance and didn't attack. His beautiful face became ferocious, and his fangs flashed. It was very scary. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a trick up his sleeve, which caused her to suffer heavy losses. However, she was one of the 5 emperors, and the gods here were only a small part of her forces. What made her angry was that Lin Ling was openly challenging her dignity. A slave dares to challenge me, Emperor Shun said coldly. In the most ancient era, that was the era of the Mother Clan, all men were slaves. Is this the brat's final counterattack before he dies? As for the ancient god called Feng Shan, his face was gloomy. He was no longer happy. It was as if Lin Ling had slapped him hard in the face. Dying? Sorry, I'm not dead yet. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded, causing him to tremble. Then, he turned around in disbelief and realized that Lin Ling had appeared behind him. This meant that Lin Ling had just been taken away by a Dao Realm expert. After resting for a while in the void of the 9 states, he had entered the Dao Realm again. Crazy. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to come back when they encountered such a situation. However, Lin Ling dared to. His way of doing things was completely unexpected. Kill me? Before Fengshan could react, Lin Ling used Split the Heavens and slashed out fiercely. The slash seemed slow, but it carried a domineering aura. Fengshan's pupils constricted. He sensed that this move was very fierce and could threaten him. Most importantly, he no longer had the protection of a Dao Realm expert. Shun, Emperor Shun, save me. His body trembled as he shouted with difficulty. He wanted to fight back and escape, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't fight back. He couldn't even escape. It was as if all his vitality had been sealed away. His shout had undoubtedly attracted the attention of many gods. When they looked around, they saw that Wind Mountain had been split into 2. Blood and bones spilled all over the ground. The god who had attacked Lin Ling before was now killed by Lin Ling with a single move. Countless eyes looked in the direction where Fengshan had fallen and stared at the blue-robed man. Lin Ling had returned. Their pupils were trembling, and their eyes were filled with shock. Lei Gong Lin Ling. In the distance, Emperor Shun smiled. However, his smile was very ferocious. His beautiful face quietly turned into the face of a fox. Obviously, she didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to return and even kill one of her powerful underlings. Chapter 46-66. You've killed so many of my people. It seems that I won't let you escape again. Screech. A sharp voice rang out, and a brilliant heavenly might suppressed the divine mountain. A terrifying aura spread out, and the surroundings of the divine mountain seemed to have returned to the wilderness. Ancient volcanoes were erupting, giant eagles were flying, and giant beasts were galloping. The wilderness was a world of blood and killing. At that time, millions of sacred spirits had not gained intelligence, so there was only blood and killing. But in the wilderness, the 5 emperors had risen and led the human race to prosperity. Emperor Shun. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling felt a chill all over as he sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. It was determined to kill him. Kill. Lin Ling ran at full speed in the chaotic situation. He wanted to use the chaotic situation to avoid Emperor Shun's sight. Swoosh. With a slash of his sword, a lower deity was killed by Lin Ling and taken away by the Dao state. But soon, the lower deity returned again. How dare you, Lei Gong Lin Ling? How dare you kill me? Obviously, the lower deity thought that Lin Ling could not escape death, so he wanted to come back and witness Lin Ling being punished by the gods. However, Lin Ling turned around and killed a few more gods before pouncing on him again. Oh no! The anger on the lower deity's face instantly disappeared, and in its place was panic. He thought that with so many people here, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to come back and kill him after killing him. But who knew that Lin Ling would come back? I'll take away the protection of the Dao state again. Lin Ling sneered as the blood sea drowned out the lower deity again. This time, the lower deity did not dare to come back because he no longer had the protection of the Dao state. If he died again, he would really die. Go to hell. However, at this moment, a deafening voice resounded. Danger enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. A huge palm ruthlessly pressed down from behind Lin Ling. The divine energy contained within it could simply be described as majestic. It was Emperor Shun. She had already locked on a Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape. The gods in the surroundings were still battling the birds and beasts, but at this moment, they were all gloating and laughing. Rumble. A 5-colored light appeared, and just as the hand closed in, the Dao realm took Lin Ling away. However, as Lin Ling left, his eyes were as red as blood as he stared coldly at the gods on the ground below. With just one look, all the gods were terrified. The murderous intent in that gaze was too strong. It was a gaze of resentment, and it also let them know that the grudge between them and Lei Gonglinling had been completely formed. What's there to be afraid of? He has already died twice in a row, and he only has the protection of a Tao state once. So even if he comes back, his actions will definitely be restrained. He won't dare to be arrogant. Suddenly, a middle deity said coldly, "That's right. I reckon he won't dare to come back to the Tao state again. We'll guard here. Every time we see Lin Ling, we'll kill him." The gods finally relaxed and chuckled. "Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're just a junior, but you killed so many of my people. However, this matter isn't over yet. I'll kill you until you don't dare to enter the Tao state again." In the distance, Emperor Shun transformed into a demon with 3 heads. She was very ferocious. Obviously, she had not vented her anger and still hated Lin Ling to the core. "I'm back." However, at this moment, a cold laugh exploded like a thunderclap. A 5-colored light appeared. The god of death had arrived. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This guy had just died, and in the blink of an eye, he charged in again. Crazy. The god's hair stood on end. They had never seen such an arrogant person. He was simply going to perish together with the gods. At the same time, a sword slashed fiercely, and 2 early-stage lower deities died here. Next, another punch blasted out. It shattered the void and took away a few more lower deities. "Wind, come." Billowing waves finally came from afar. The Witch of the Wind shouted and controlled a fierce gale to sweep under the divine mountain. A large number of birds were also affected. Of course, the gods were the ones who suffered the most. Under the waves of gale, countless gods were taken away by the 5-colored light. This battle could be said to be tragic. Rumble. The surroundings of the divine mountain turned into a world of wind. It was as if a gale blew out of a pitch-black abyss. Wave after wave of storms swept past quickly. The weaker gods were caught in the wind and trembled all over. Then, they were sliced into pieces by the blades. The birds were also blown off balance and smashed onto the ground. The Step of Wisdom. Lin Ling sensed that this gale was very scary. The power of God was definitely in the 3,000. However, he didn't need to face it head-on. Therefore, he relied on the seal of the Step of Wisdom and the Quafu sun-chasing boots to run around the divine mountain. Wherever he passed, the gale would attack, but it didn't cause him much damage. Instead, a large number of gods were implicated by him and were blown to pieces. "Stop bragging, Tian Wu." The gods all cried out in fear. Damn it! The Witch of the Wind's expression was hideous. He had no choice but to stop the divine ability. Swoosh! As soon as this divine ability landed, a sword fiercely stabbed over, mixed with unparalleled killing intent. Then, a 5-colored light appeared. The Witch of the Wind, Tian Wu, was also taken away. Damn it! The Witch of the Wind was so angry that his whole body was cramping. He was an early-stage mid-god. A low-level god had actually taken away a chance to be protected by a Dao realm expert. "Wait for me. Lei Gong Lin Ling, wait for me. I'll be right back. Don't die so quickly. I want to see you die with my own eyes." The Witch of the Wind roared and disappeared into the sky. "Lei Gong Lin Ling, wait for me. I'll fight you to the death in this life." The eyes of the ancient gods who were taken away by the Dao realm expert were all red. A piece of rat poop ruined a nest of soup. They originally thought that Lin Ling was easy to kill and that it would take less than 2 hours to finish him off. But who knew that Lei Gong Lin Ling would become crazier and crazier? Now, 6 hours had passed. Not only was he still alive, but he had also caused them to suffer heavy losses. I'll wait for you. Come back, we'll see each other." Lin Ling laughed arrogantly. His laughter made the gods' stomachs cramp. F***CKU. Some ancient gods couldn't help but curse. Lei Gong Lin Ling was too fast and had too many tricks up his sleeve. It would be difficult to kill him in a short period of time. Lei Gong Lin Ling. In the distance, the Emperor Shun witnessed everything with his own eyes. His face was contorted in a grimace as though he was an enraged beast. Emperor Shun, calm down, calm down. The gods beside him kept persuading him. They all knew that if the Emperor Shun went crazy, all of them would suffer. Whoosh! The Emperor Shun took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He grabbed at Lin Ling with his big hand, but Lin Ling dodged. The scapegoat was a mid-level god, clone of the true body. Of course, Lin Ling, who had dodged the attack, didn't dare to underestimate the Emperor Shun. He immediately summoned countless clones. Chapter 46-67. Countless doppelgangers appeared, causing the scene to become even more chaotic. Terrifying storms and light waves were everywhere, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A large number of gods fell, and of course a large number of birds and beasts fell as well. The entire battlefield was even more terrifying than the previous calamity. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? When the Emperor Shun saw this, her expression became even more ferocious. Large amounts of white fur grew out of her body, and her fox mouth kept moving, revealing sharp teeth. Die! She suddenly shouted, and her domineering blood boiled. She actually broke through time and space with her voice. Swoosh! This roar was like the cry of the most ancient monster. All the birds and beasts were frightened, and their feathers fluttered down. Then there was a loud bang. Those birds and beasts were actually scared out of their wits by the Emperor Shun's voice. Those who were still alive were now flying into the sky, escaping without a trace. Bang! 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 Of course, it was not just the birds and beasts. Even many gods on the Divine Mountain were affected, and they exploded and died. This was also the reason why the Emperor Shun did not attack previously. Her methods were too domineering, and she did not distinguish between friend and foe. Bang! 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 Looking at Lin Ling's doppelgangers, they had all exploded, and blood spilled all over the ground. So powerful. What kind of monster is she? Lin Ling was shocked. He activated the step of wisdom to protect himself, and only then did he barely block the sound waves. Lei Gong Lin Ling, let me tell you, the Emperor Shun is a monster that crawled out from the ground in ancient times. She is the demon mother of the Mother Tribe. After so many years, there are very few who can see through her origin. You want to go against her? Even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough. The gods who were still alive sneered at Lin Ling. You're about to die, and you're still so proud. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, these gods were taken away by the storm and left the Tao realm. Only mid-stage mid-gods could withstand Emperor Shun's attack, and there weren't many of them. In the blink of an eye, there were not many gods left alive on the Divine Mountain. This also caused Lin Ling to be instantly locked onto a giant furry claw slashed down from the sky. What was terrifying was that there was a black hole in the center of the giant claw's palm. A mysterious storm was surging out, as if it was an underground abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, there was an eye. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Too strong. He was already unstoppable. A 5-colored light appeared, and Lin Ling was taken away. This was the 3rd time Lin Ling had fallen here. This meant that Lin Ling had a chance to be protected by the Tao realm again. We won. Lei Gong Lin Ling was killed to the point that he no longer dared to enter the Tao realm. Next, a large number of figures appeared at the foot of the Celestial Mountain. The gods who had died before had wasted their last chance to descend to the Celestial Mountain. All of this was for the sake of witnessing Lin Ling's death with their own eyes. Lin Ling had caused them to die so many times. Lin Ling deserved to die. Lei Gong Lin Ling, don't even think about entering the Tao realm in this lifetime. We'll kill him every time we see him. He definitely won't dare to come in now. After all, he no longer has the protection of the Tao realm. The gods cursed angrily. However, they wouldn't leave for the time being. They stood guard at the foot of the Celestial Mountain. If Lin Ling appeared, they would immediately kill Lin Ling and scatter his soul. Because Lin Ling left at the foot of the Celestial Mountain, he would return at the foot of the Celestial Mountain. Without the protection of the Tao realm, he could die at any time. Haha, I'm back. However, when the gods returned, so did Lin Ling. He had returned for the third time. The moment he appeared, the entire Tao realm seemed to be boiling. His figure shook the world and shocked the ancient times. No one would have thought that Lin Ling would dare to return. This time, he would no longer have the protection of the Tao realm. If he died, he would die for real. Many people thought that they were familiar with Lin Ling's madness. But now, they realized that it was just the tip of the iceberg. This time, you guys won't have the protection of the Tao realm either. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he laughed wildly. The killing intent in his eyes was even thicker. By now, he guessed that Saint Guy and the rest had left this place for good. Moreover, it was impossible that Lin Ling wouldn't return. He didn't want to be trapped here forever. You guys are celebrating too early. Without wasting any more time, Lin Ling went all out and killed a large number of lesser gods. No, Lei Gong Lin Ling, I was wrong. Not good. This guy's going all out against us. Run. The lesser gods were all panicking. They regretted returning because this time they were going to die for real. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Ling kept reaping the lives of the gods. This was also the first time he had killed so many primordial gods after reaching the Tao realm. A large number of treasures also fell. Because all the gods had died, the treasures became ownerless. Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sun, chasing boots, and swept up the treasures. Then, he stopped while he was ahead. Taking advantage of the chaos on the sacred mountain, he ran wildly into the distance. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Emperor Shun transformed into a huge demon fox head and chased after Lin Ling. She had been careless before, because she didn't expect Lin Ling to return. Even if she was powerful and could dominate everything, she didn't expect Lin Ling to do this. Emperor Shun, is Lei Gong Lin Ling here? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A large number of gods flew over from afar. Who are you? Emperor Shun stopped and frowned. She found that these people were not weak. I am the giant white tiger god from Emperor Yao's tomb. I am here on orders to capture Lin Ling. The gods all cupped their hands at Emperor Shun. They didn't dare to be too arrogant, because they all knew that this woman had a mysterious power that could bring the most terrifying demons from underground into the world. Emperor Yao also wants to capture Lei Gong Lin Ling. Emperor Shun frowned and suddenly pointed ahead. He ran that way. We must capture him. I don't care who this Lei Gong Lin Ling is. In short, I want his life. Since Emperor Shun also wants to capture Lei Gong Lin Ling, we can help. The giant white tiger god and the others all shot into the distance, chasing after Lin Ling. Kill. At the foot of the divine mountain, the gods also chased after him, leaving Emperor Shun standing alone. She was like a demon, but also a human. Her eyes glinted with a ferocious light. Lei Gong Lin Ling, in my territory, you can't escape. She smiled coldly as if she was the ruler of everything. Not good. Late-stage mid-gods are coming. I can't outrun them. At this moment, Lin Ling activated the Quafu Sun, chasing boots with all his might. But he also knew that if this dragged on, he would be captured. Brat, surrender yourself. I will spare your life on behalf of Emperor Yao. Suddenly, a phantom appeared in front of him. It was the giant white tiger god. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling with a ferocious smile. Chapter 46-68. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At the same time, far behind them, a huge white tiger was galloping in the sky, roaring at the sky. He was the white tiger god. He did not expect Lin Ling, who was struggling on the brink of death, to be so arrogant. Meanwhile, after Lin Ling blasted through the giant white tiger god's shadow, he quickly rushed forward. Everyone thought that he had used up all 3 chances to enter the Tao realm, but in reality, he still had one more. However, he had to find a safe place to leave the Tao realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be surrounded the next time he entered. However, this was easy to say, but difficult to do because there were too many pursuers behind him. Lin Ling, come here quickly. However, at this time, an anxious voice came from ahead. A figure wearing a large cloak appeared on the mountain peak ahead. This person raised his hand to the sky, and a huge vortex appeared behind him, like a void black hole. This person was so powerful that he could open a void black hole in the Tao realm. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He did not know whether this person was a friend or foe. After all, in the Tao realm, other than the gods from the void of the 9 states, most of them were enemies. Brat! Seeing Lin Ling's hesitation, the man cursed angrily and took off his cloak, revealing a familiar face. Lei Gong. Lin Ling's eyes trembled violently. Stop talking nonsense. Those people are coming. My mystique won't last long. Lei Gong shouted again and let Lin Ling go all out, rushing toward the mountain peak. Go in immediately. This void tunnel can lead you to another place in the Tao realm. They won't be able to find you in this way. Lei Gong said to Lin Ling, Lord Lei Gong, how did you know this method? Lin Ling was still shocked. I'll explain this to you after we leave. Lei Gong said to Lin Ling. He stared ahead and saw countless gods in front of him, with surging murderous auras, chasing fiercely. Go in. The two of them entered the black hole and disappeared without a trace. The surging vortex also began to shrink, opening the void passage. Who is this person? Why does he have such strength? In a faraway place, the giant god White Tiger and the others had a change in expression. As far as they knew, to be able to open a void black hole required at least the strength of a higher god. Furthermore, not every higher god could successfully open one. This was because these void passages were the passages of the universe. They could pass through various great void universes. It was terrifying. Chase after them. The Witch of the Wind, Tianwu, roared and transformed into a gust of wind that swept across the mountain peak. Then, with a boom, the entire ancient desolate mountain was reduced to dust. However, Lin Ling and the others had all disappeared, leaving behind only a constantly shrinking vortex in the sky. Damn it, if I recover my strength, I will definitely be able to catch up. The Witch of the Wind, Tianwu, cursed loudly. He had once possessed this ability, but now that he was recultivating, he couldn't use it at all. The deities were all stunned in the sky. They were all furious, so angry that their teeth were itching. It doesn't matter. This is Emperor Shun's territory. They won't be able to escape. Suddenly, a woman said indifferently. She was one of Emperor Yao's people, Goddess Xianxia. Her gaze was ferocious. That day in Emperor Yao's territory, this Lin Ling had taught her a lesson. Now, she had volunteered to come here, wanting to witness Lin Ling's death with her own eyes. However, she had failed again. Emperor Shun? The deities were all shocked. That's right, they won't be able to escape. At this time, another woman nodded with a cold expression. She was one of Emperor Shun's people, and she was very familiar with the Emperor Shun. Ha ha ha, that's good. We will wait for Lei Gong Lin Ling to be captured, and the person who helped Lei Gong Lin Ling will also die. The deities laughed happily. If they did not kill Lin Ling, they would not be human. After all, their protection of the Tao realm had been used up, but Lin Ling was still alive. How could they swallow this anger? At this moment, on the other side, a void passage appeared, and 2 figures rushed out. They looked around. This was a grassland, and there were huge beasts galloping in the distance. The strong preyed on the weak, and it was a crazy place. This place should be safe for the time being. Lin Ling sighed softly, then smiled. It's hard to say. This is Emperor Shun's territory. Let's go further away. Lei Gong looked into the distance, his expression still serious. He seemed to be more familiar with the Tao realm than Lin Ling. Under normal circumstances, Lei Gong's strength should not be comparable to Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling knew that Lord Lei Gong was the host of the world will. Perhaps he had awakened something. Wait, let me see if there's a way to leave completely. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then let Lord Lei Gong guard him as he entered the square prison. He was not familiar with the Tao realm, but there were many people in the square prison who were familiar with the Tao realm. It was best to ask them. Lin Ling appeared in Old Devil's cell and immediately told him his purpose. Emperor Shun? Impossible. She has already taken control of the great wilderness world. She can easily sense at least 30% of the Tao realm. My lord, you have to leave immediately. Old Devil immediately exclaimed. Emperor Shun, is so powerful. Lin Ling frowned. Emperor Shun is a monster that crawled out from the ground in ancient times. It is said that she is a monster from another universe, so she is very powerful. She can see 30% of the Tao realm. Don't underestimate this 30%. If you use the strength of an early-stage mid-god to locate it, even if they don't eat or drink, they will still fly. It will take them 100 years to fly out of that 30%. Old Devil said, "The Tao realm is so big." Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, how do we get rid of Emperor Shun? Now, although he could return to the void of the 9 states, Emperor Shun already knew where he left from. As long as she heavily guarded that place, when Lin Ling entered the Tao realm again, he would definitely be caught. "My lord, can you roughly depict the nearby landscape?" "Yes." Lin Ling immediately used his divine energy to depict the nearby area. When he flew down from the sky earlier, he remembered the landscape with just a glance. So he also drew a bird's-eye view. Old Devil quietly looked at the map that Lin Ling drew, constantly recalling, "My lord, go east from this direction for half a day. There's the great Buddhist kingdom there. Once you enter, you'll be safe." Suddenly, Old Devil's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Great Buddhist kingdom?" Lin Ling frowned. This great Buddhist kingdom is the only place in the Tao realm where killing is not allowed. It is said that it was the birthplace of the Buddha gods. After it was destroyed by the world will, it was brought here by the master of the Tao realm. Most of the gods left in the great Buddhist kingdom have Tao realm wills, and these wills are very strong. Once they erupt with power, they can draw on 10% of the Tao realm's strength. It is not something that Emperor Shun can resist. Old Devil said, "All right, after I go to the great Buddhist kingdom, I will give you 3 days off. You can go anywhere you want. Peach Blossom Courtyard or the nunnery, it doesn't matter." Lin Ling hurriedly left and said. Chapter 4669. Leaving the square prison, Lin Ling immediately told Huang Xiaolong about Old Devil. "Great Buddhist kingdom? I've heard of that place. It's said to be the birthplace of the Buddha gods. The godly Mt. Shumi is located there." Lei Gong's expression changed. This legendary place is actually here. He was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to know about this legendary place. Only those who had cultivated for 10,000 years in the Tao realm would have heard of this place. Moreover, not everyone knew where the great Buddhist kingdom was. "Let's go." Lin Ling knew there was no time to lose. He immediately left with Lei Gong. About an hour after they left, a large number of experts arrived from afar. They were Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and White Mountain's experts. Emperor Shun said that they're nearby. One of the women said coldly, "Nearby? Here? Not good. I'm afraid they've gone to the great Buddhist kingdom." Goddess Tian Si was stunned. Her expression changed drastically. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed, and they shouted, "Quick, chase after them. Don't let them go to the godly Mt. Shumi." They erupted with all their strength and searched everywhere. Although they weren't sure if Lin Ling's group would go to the godly Mt. Shumi. If they really went there, then they would be helpless. Godly Mt. Shumi. In the distance, a huge abyss appeared. There was an eye in the abyss, as if it was looking at all life, emitting a low voice. She was Emperor Shun. Moreover, she could see more clearly than anyone else that Lin Ling and a cloaked figure were heading towards the godly Mt. Shumi. Damn it! A sharp voice came from the abyss. Rolling demonic chi rushed to the sky, breaking through the void, chasing after Lin Ling. Now, she had no choice but to take action herself. Otherwise, if Lin Ling entered the great Buddhist kingdom, she wouldn't be able to touch Lin Ling. Lei Gong, speed up. At this time, Lin Ling also sensed the arrival of the enemies behind them, and the great Buddhist kingdom was half a day's journey away. He hoped they could hold on. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures burst out with speed, shooting into the distance. It could be said that they were on the line between life and death. If they failed, they would die for sure, but if they succeeded, they would be free. Time passed slowly, bit by bit, bit by bit. After a long time, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. like a Buddha lying on the ground, gazing into the distance. With just one look, Lin Ling and the others felt a sense of reverence, as if they had seen an ancient god. That's the godly Mt. Shumi. Lei Gong sucked in a breath of cold air. He had finally seen the legendary place. Oh no, they're catching up, and Emperor Shun is here too. She's incredibly fast. Lin Ling had previously released the evil ghost jellyfish as a spy, so he could see what was happening behind him. Bang! Xian's, godly ex Shumi, Sun Xian. Of course, Emperor Shumi was still far away, but White Tiger and the others were very close. If they were stopped, they would not be able to escape when Emperor Shumi arrived. Lei Gong Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Almost at the same time, a loud shout sounded from behind. Divine multicolored light rushed into the sky as countless deities charged over. Judging from their looks, they were fuming with anger and were determined to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, can you hold on for half an hour? Lei Gong said, I'm going to open a void passage to the great Buddhist kingdom's gate. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. Holding his sword, he pounced forward, and the third stage of the fusion innate skill burst out. Damn it, Lei Gong Lin Ling still dares to kill us. This change infuriated all of the gods, because at this moment, they were the ones who attacked first. They're going to open a void passage. Stop them. However, Goddess Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and she immediately shouted. Her voice made everyone understand. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. It was that woman again. Every time Lin Ling wanted to do something, it was this woman who reminded everyone. How despicable. Come on. Lin Ling looked back at Lei Gong and saw that the void passage's vortex had already opened. Just a little more time. He immediately slashed out with his palm, using Split the Heavens. Against mid-stage mid-gods, it was difficult to fight them with just divine energy. Split the Heavens was the only way. Moreover, he was just stalling for time. Rumble. A terrifying slash came down, and time and space were cut open. It was like Panga's attack. That ferocious move was so powerful that all the gods had to avoid it. Rumble. The ancient earth was also split open by Lin Ling's palm, and a huge, bottomless ravine appeared. One had to know that the earth and barren mountains of the Dao realm were protected by divine energy and were incomparably tough. But now, they were split open, showing the power of this palm. Lin Ling, quick! Almost at the same time, Lei Gong's shout came from afar. The void passage had completely formed, and it led to another place. Lin Ling did not say a word, and he immediately turned around and ran. Try to run. Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to escape, endless rays of light shot over from afar. They turned into silk threads and bound Lin Ling. And when they came into contact with Lin Ling's body, they actually burned his body. Goddess Xianxia attacked with a ferocious expression. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I know what you're doing. You're going to use the void passage to reach the great Buddha nation. So, you're in charge of stopping us, and that mysterious person is in charge of opening the void passage. However, you think you could stop us? Stay here forever. One had to admit that she was much more powerful than the others. She could see through Lin Ling's thoughts time and time again. Wait until I step in the mid-stage mid-god realm. I'll kill you. Lin Ling grinned. His murderous intent toward Goddess Xianxia rose in his heart. You'll never have such a day. Everything about you is under my control. Now that I've captured you, when Emperor Shun arrives, no one will be able to save you. Goddess Xianxia laughed nonchalantly. Is that so? Lin Ling shouted, earth-splitting slash. Ancient rays of light burst out from his body, and he looked like a bronze giant. He stomped on the ground and shot forward. Pa! 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 All the silk threads were broken. These silk threads were formed by divine energy. Although there were many of them, Lin Ling's earth-splitting slash was the least afraid of divine energy. It could be said that he was immune to divine energy. What? Seeing Lin Ling's invincible appearance, Goddess Xianxia was stunned. Veins popped out on her forehead. Because she came to the celestial mountain later, she had never seen Lin Ling use this move before. Quick, stop him! Goddess Xianxia roared. Where do you think you're going? The gods had just dodged heaven's splitting slash, and now they unleashed their full strength. Powerful attacks pierced through the air and blasted towards Lin Ling in the distance. Rumble. The attacks were ferocious, and they seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. Chapter 4670. All the gods were stunned. Their pupils were trembling. They were shocked. Although they had seen this move before, they had never thought that it was invincible. After all, the scene was chaotic, and they could not see it clearly. But now they could see it clearly. It was really invincible. Was there really such an invincible technique in this ancient universe? Or was that move limited by power and could only be broken when it reached a certain level of power? For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. Unfortunately, they did not know that the earth-splitting technique did not have a power limit. It only had a time limit of 15 breaths. But 15 breaths was enough for Lin Ling to rush into the void passage. The only thing that the earth-splitting technique could not defend against was the god stairs. Lin Ling. At this moment, Lei Gong also shouted. When Lin Ling arrived, he gasped. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling must have been seriously injured. But now, it seemed that he was completely fine. He did not even lose a single hair. All these years, where did this kid go to cultivate? How could his strength be so heaven-defying? Quick, Emperor Shun is here. However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say that much. He brought the Thunder God with him and rushed into the void passageway. As soon as he disappeared, a claw suddenly appeared and slashed at the sky. Rumble. The void passage immediately shattered. Fortunately, Lin Ling and Lei Gong had already entered. If they had been a moment later, they would have been caught. Rumble. Behind them, the void continued to collapse as the claw continued to sweep. Emperor Shun's methods were indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling and Lei Gong rushed out of the void passage. When they appeared again, they were already in front of the ancient Buddhist gate. There was no one guarding the Buddhist sect. It was resplendent and peaceful. Go in. The two did not look back, afraid that they would be caught by Emperor Shun. They rushed into the gate directly. Come out. As soon as they entered, a huge claw came at them like a calamity claw. Rumble. However, as soon as it made contact with the door, a dazzling golden light shot out, carrying endless Sanskrit chants, burning this claw. Lei Gong Lin Ling. At the same time, an angry roar came from afar. It was Emperor Shun. She was floating in the sky, far away. There was a huge abyss above her head, and a demonic I was looking down on all living beings. Her demon I saw two figures standing quietly within the Buddhist gate. One of them was a man with a cold smile on his face, as though he was mocking her, and that man was Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling had caused the deaths of so many of her gods, and she didn't even have the protection of the Tao realm. She could kill Lin Ling with a single finger. Yet, she failed and could only watch as Lin Ling entered the great Buddha kingdom. One could imagine how furious he was. This kind of unwillingness made him feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Let's go to the great Buddha kingdom. Goddess Xianxia and the others also flew toward the great Buddha kingdom with bloodshot eyes. Their thoughts were the same as Emperor Shun's. They only needed to kill Lin Ling once, and Lin Ling's soul would dissipate. However, this opportunity had passed them by repeatedly. A moment later, they arrived at the great Buddha kingdom. Just as they were about to enter, they saw Lin Ling and Goddess Xianxia inside the gate. Lin Ling, come out if you dare. When the giant white tiger saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Why should I come out? Lin Ling looked at everyone with a smile. I'm going to kill you. The giant white tiger roared, and the eyes of the other gods were also filled with flames of anger. Come in and kill me if you dare. Lin Ling shrugged and said with a smile. You, the giant white tiger, trembled with anger. He really wanted to attack, because his enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't kill him. Of course, he was just joking. He had heard of the great Buddha kingdom before. Everyone, if you don't want to kill me, then I'm leaving. Lin Ling looked at the gods indifferently. and said with a smile, Lin Ling, hide in the great Buddha kingdom for the rest of your life if you dare, or I will kill you. The Emperor Shun appeared quietly, still as beautiful as ever, but he also said coldly, hearing you say that, I really plan to stay here for the rest of my life. Of course, if you, Emperor Shun, are bored, you can come to the great Buddha kingdom and be my neighbor. We can drink and chat happily, why not? Lin Ling smiled and entered the great Buddha kingdom with Lei Gong. The Emperor Shun's beautiful face immediately turned into a ferocious fox face, baring his fangs. How dare you humiliate the Emperor Shun? Kill him. The Emperor Shun's tomb couldn't wait any longer and wanted to attack. No, the great Buddha kingdom is the birthplace of the Buddha gods. I heard that there are powerful Buddha gods here. If you attack, we can't leave. Here, peace is important. No killing is allowed. However, someone immediately stopped that person. At this moment, Lin Ling entered the great Buddha kingdom and was shocked to find that it was like an ancient city. Unlike the divine fruit, there were shops everywhere, and it was very lively. Moreover, the people here looked calm and peaceful, without a trace of hostility. This is the great Buddha kingdom. Lei Gong was shocked to see this scene. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He carefully looked at these people and then frowned. He found that these people were a little different. They seemed to be formed by the will of the Tao realm. Hee, the two of you must have just arrived. It's very rare to sense something when you just arrived. At this moment, a smiling voice suddenly came. Then, a golden-haired young man walked over slowly with a few experts. Just as you guessed, 70% of the people here aren't humans. They are formed by the good will left behind by the Buddha kingdom. Perhaps this is the memory of the Buddha kingdom. However, don't underestimate these people. If you attack here, you won't end well. The golden-haired young man smiled. Yo, Xianxia, why are you in such a good mood to explain this to others? I don't think this is like you at all. At this moment, another figure walked over. It was a man with a sword on his back. He had one arm and a cold expression. However, he was very strong. He was a mid-stage middle god. Old Crow ancestor, you haven't left yet. Why, are you still working hard for that mystique? The young man, called Xianxia, said calmly when he saw the newcomers. Then he explained, Old Crow ancestor, don't underestimate these two people. They escaped from Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, and they're the two ferocious people who wreaked havoc in the southeast Divine Mountain. It's him? The guy called Lei Gong Lin Ling? The Old Crow ancestor couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. His eyes narrowed as he said, It seems that your strength is only at the level of early-stage mid-gods. How could you escape from Emperor Shun's pursuit with such strength? How strange. It was obvious that these two people weren't gods formed by the great Buddha kingdom. They were gods like Lin Ling, who came from outside. Moreover, they knew that the Emperor Shun was chasing after Lin Ling. Chapter 4671. So that's how it is. Xianxia, an Old Crow ancestor, nodded in agreement. They too believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to escape from Emperor Shun's hands. Even so, this is very impressive. That old witch Emperor Shun has the most tyrannical temper. She never kills women, but she hates our men the most. If she doesn't like the look of her, she will kill. You were able to escape from her hands. This is a great honor for us. Haha, I didn't expect a famous person to come to the great Buddhist kingdom today. The Old Crow ancestor also smiled. Lin Ling shook his head and did not dwell on this matter. He looked around and asked, What's the deal with this great Buddhist kingdom? The great Buddhist kingdom isn't simple. In fact, it's one of the birthplaces of the Buddhist gods, but it doesn't represent the entire Buddhist kingdom. However, there's a godly MT Shumi here and a reclining Buddha. The reclining Buddha has a supreme ability. Many gods come here to seek enlightenment, to see if they can obtain a supreme ability. Old Crow ancestor explained. Godly MT Shumi? Reclining Buddha? Lin Ling nodded. In truth, he had traveled far and wide in his life. He had heard of the godly MT Shumi a long time ago, but most of them were just borrowed names. This great Buddha kingdom's godly MT Shumi was the real deal. A reclining Buddha can gain enlightenment on a supreme ability? Lin Ling was curious. Although one can gain enlightenment on a supreme ability, one needs to be fated with Buddha and have a high level of Buddhist attainment to obtain a supreme ability. Every year, there are people who come here out of admiration. Although they are reincarnated to cultivate their physique, they still want to obtain a supreme Buddhist ability. However, after so many years, not many people have been able to obtain a supreme Buddhist ability. That's right, it depends on one's comprehension ability. If one's Buddhist attainment isn't high enough, it's very, very difficult. Old Crow Ancestor and Xianxia said in unison. Lin Ling looked into the distance. In the depths of the great Buddhist kingdom, Buddhist light illuminated everything. Amidst the dense mist, a reclining Buddha could be vaguely seen. Come to think of it, that must be the godly Mount Xiumi. The Dharma divine abilities here are divided into Mahayana Dharma divine abilities, Midhyana Dharma divine abilities, and Hinayana Dharma divine abilities. If you want to obtain a Dharma divine ability, you just have to walk the corresponding path. However, Your Excellency Lei Gong Lin Ling, this is your first time here, so you should first familiarize yourself with the great Buddha kingdom. Jin Zhengyang was very polite to Lin Ling. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Lin Ling immediately cupped his hands and bowed, then left with Lei Gong. After that, the two of them found an inn and stayed there. To their surprise, they didn't have to pay to stay in the inn. They only had to do good deeds. Lin Ling also helped the people of the great Buddha kingdom sweep the floor and paid for the accommodation. The great Buddha kingdom was indeed full of benevolent people. Inside the inn, Lin Ling and Lei Gong were conversing, each telling the general story. That kid Xingyi is really something. Maybe when we meet again, I'll have to call him Lord. Lin Ling, handing the Great Hall of Lei Gong to you was the best choice. Seeing that the Great Hall of Lei Gong has become the #1 temple in the 9 prefectures void, I'm very happy. I haven't seen that guy Kirshin for a long time. I really miss him. The two of them ordered a pot of wine and chatted while drinking. Lin Ling also asked Lei Gong about what happened during this time. Just as Lin Ling had guessed, Lei Gong was the host of the world will. He had awakened a part of his strength, which was why his strength had increased greatly. The host of the world will was not simple. In the future, it would definitely become very strong. So would Shaolin and Longyang. No wonder Lord Lei Gong has the strength to travel through the void of the universe. Lin Ling suddenly smiled and said, "Oh right, what about the great god of Spirit Nation? That guy's an old fox. He should have entered the Dao realm by now. He is very close to White Mountain. Last time, he almost did something to me. Luckily, I noticed it and escaped first. I guess the great god of Spirit Nation and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain made some kind of deal, so the great god of Spirit Nation helped White Mountain. They captured Shaolin. Lord Lei Gong, no matter what they are planning, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are too big. They are not something we can fight against now." The two of them kept talking. Then Lei Gong said, "Lin Ling, although I'm the host of the world will, I don't want to destroy the world. If I'm controlled in the future, don't show any mercy to me. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. He sighed in his heart and nodded. "If that day comes, I will definitely help you." In the end, Lei Gong was the host of the world will. This was fate. Therefore, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Tonight, let's have a good drink. Yes, after coming to the Dao realm, we have to fight all day long. It's rare to come across a peaceful place. Let's relax today. The two of them drank and chatted merrily, talking about the past. From time to time, they would burst into laughter. Night fell. Lin Ling and Lei Gong separated. He entered his room and stood by the window, looking at the distant sky. In the distant, godly Mt. Xiumi, Buddhist light shone, peaceful and tranquil. I wonder how Yu and the others are doing. However, now that the Black Deity and the others have returned, they should be safe for the time being since they are able to reunite with Saint Qi. On the other hand, I'm in a bit of trouble. Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and the others must be guarding around the great Buddhist kingdom, waiting for me to leave. Since that's the case, I won't leave for the time being. I'll stay in the great Buddhist kingdom and cultivate. All right, I wonder if that Buddhist skill is powerful. If I can get it, perhaps my strength will increase again. Lin Ling kept talking. After pondering for a while, he entered the square prison. Then, he came to Old Devil's cell. Old Devil, the square prison has a path to the outside world. I'll give you 3 days off. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Third Devil Grandpa revealed his yellow front teeth, his face beaming. But before that, you have to tell me who is the most familiar with the great Buddhist kingdom in the square prison. Also, tell me how to get the Mahayana Buddhist skill of the godly Mt. Shumi. Lin Ling said coldly. I know. Zen Master Wuchao was a deity in the birthplace of the Buddha god. He knows best. Zen Master Wuchao, there's a Buddha in the square prison? How strange. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Then, he left the cell and went straight to Zen Master Wuchao's cell. A moment later, Lin Ling stood in front of Zen Master Wuchao's cell. Zen Master Wuchao's eyebrows were long and narrow, reaching the ground. His face was kind as he sat there quietly, like a divine monk who had attained the Tao. This was a real Buddha. He was different from the lowly Buddhist cultivators that Lin Ling had seen. Those Buddhist cultivators only had a false appearance. Lin Ling sensed a strong sense of goodwill and Buddhist light from Zen Master Wuchao. Then, Lin Ling checked the jade slip of the square prison. Only then did he know that Zen Master Wuchao had released a Demon King because he wanted the Demon King to turn over a new leaf. However, the Demon King refused to change and killed trillions of humans. Then, Zen Master Wuchao entered the square prison to atone for the sins of the dead and release them from purgatory. Chapter 4672. With just one look, Lin Ling felt extremely peaceful and serene in his heart. Then he was secretly shocked. He did not even state his intentions, but Zen Master Wuchao already knew why he was there. I can tell you that you can obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, and it's an extremely powerful divine ability called the universe's 3 extremes destruction. Zen Master Wuchao said with a smile. Huh? What? Lin Ling was shocked again. Not only did he know his goal, but he also knew that he would succeed. That was too fake. Lord Prison, although I know that you can obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, I don't know how you obtained it. As if he knew what Lin Ling was thinking, Zen Master Wuchao said again. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he kept thinking. He suddenly smiled and said, At the godly Mt. Meru, those who have a deep understanding of Buddhism and Buddhist Dharma can obtain Buddhist Dharma divine abilities. As for me, I only have the Vajrabodhi, so it's a little difficult for me to obtain a medium Buddhist Dharma. However, I want the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, and Zen Master Wuchao is sure that I can obtain it. Could it be that Zen Master Wuchao wants to impart his Buddhist Dharma insights to me? As soon as he said that, Zen Master Wuchao's eyes lit up and he said kindly, Lord, your talent in Buddhist Dharma insights is very good. If you can obtain my Buddhist Dharma insights, it won't be difficult for you to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. However, I can't figure it out, see, or hear it clearly. I hope you can give me some pointers. Lin Ling smiled faintly when he heard that. Master, please speak your mind. He cursed inwardly. Give me some pointers? How could I see through something that even a Buddhist god could not see through? Hell is uneasy. How should we suppress it? Zen Master Wuchao looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned immediately. Hell is uneasy because of chaos. How should we suppress it? That's right. I recite the Rebirth Sutra for them every day to wash away the evil aura. Unfortunately, hell is still uneasy after thousands of years. Zen Master Wuchao said indifferently. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He really had no idea what to do. If it were him, he would have killed anyone who dared cause trouble. However, Zen Master Wuchao was a Buddhist god. He had probably never killed anyone in his entire life. So how could he kill those evil ghosts? Suddenly, Lin Ling had a flash of inspiration as he recalled everything recorded in the prison. Back then, Zen Master Wuxiao had released a fiend celestial, causing countless living beings to be implicated and enter the netherworld, causing countless complaints. Could this be what Zen Master Wuxiao was talking about? It's simple. Hell is restless. Kill it. Hell is in chaos. Kill it. Hell collapses. Kill it. Lin Ling said indifferently. Zen Master Wuxiao's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Buddhas don't kill. If they kill, what makes them Buddhas? Buddha is in one's heart, not in one's mouth. Buddha says that if I don't enter hell, who will? Hell is restless because it dances for the demons. Even if one reincarnates, the evil aura will be extremely strong and they will only kill more people. Back then, Zen Master Wuxiao released a fiend celestial and caused the deaths of billions of living beings. However, if Zen Master Wuxiao had killed that fiend celestial back then, there would have been peace. Lin Ling said calmly, Zen Master Wuxiao, you have a Buddhist precept in your heart. If you don't dare to kill a saint or break the precept, you won't enter hell or save the suffering of all living beings. To put it bluntly, you're being selfish. As the saying goes, Buddha is in one's heart. If you don't take the butcher's knife, I'll take the butcher's knife. I'll shoulder all the sins for the sake of all living beings in the world. That's Buddha. Towards the end, Lin Ling and Zen Master Wuxiao looked straight into each other's eyes. Zen Master Wuxiao shuddered and pressed his palms together. Amipa, I swear that I won't become Buddha until hell is empty. My lord, I understand what you mean. Hell is restless and needs to be suppressed. After raising his head, Zen Master Wuxiao's eyes were filled with wisdom as though he had understood something. My lord, your understanding of Buddhism is even above mine. It's a pity that you didn't join the Buddhist sect. Zen Master Wuxiao, it's time for you to go kill someone now, right? Lin Ling smiled and reminded Zen Master Wuxiao. Everything is predetermined. This is also the karma between us. This Buddha bead can increase your understanding of Buddhism and is enough to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. Zen Master Wuxiao smiled and waved his arm. An ancient Buddha bead floated towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it and checked it briefly. He was shocked. This Buddhist bead contained a terrifying amount of Buddhist energy, and it was like a staircase to the gods. He reckoned that with this Buddhist bead in his possession, even if he didn't know how to use it, no mid-level gods would be able to harm him. Zen Master Wuxiao, this Buddha bead is for me? Lin Ling could not help but ask with a frown. However, Zen Master Wuxiao had already closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Lin Ling called out a few more times, but there was no response from Zen Master Wuxiao. He shook his head helplessly. He had a feeling that Zen Master Wuxiao had gone to the underworld to suppress hell. Although Zen Master Wuxiao was imprisoned in the square prison, this ancient god was too powerful. He definitely had the means to reach the underworld and suppress hell. I didn't expect that I would get such an opportunity just by instigating him to kill someone. Lin Ling was speechless. He left the square prison. When he appeared in the inn again, the sky was already bright. Buddhist chants could be heard, and the common people in the city were chanting Buddhist scriptures. It was a peaceful scene. I thought that the world I saw represented the entire era, but now I know that there are countless experts in the universe. Shaking his head, Lin Ling hurried to find Lei Gong. Then, the two of them headed for the godly Mt. Shumi. Amipa. Perhaps it was because they were wearing Buddhist prayer beads, but the passers-by bowed to Lin Ling and the others. This also surprised Lei Gong. Lin Ling did not receive such treatment yesterday. Walking along the main road, the godly Mt. Shumi gradually came into view. The mountain was illuminated by Buddhist light. Anyone who stood at the foot of the mountain immediately felt a sense of worship. The mountain was incomparably grand, as if a benevolent Buddha was lying on the ground. Look, Dhritarashtra is here to comprehend Buddhism again. He has been here for 300 years. Previously, Arhat contemplation had already obtained a Buddhist divine ability at the Hinayana Buddhist scripture. He only took 10 years. Arhat contemplation is the reincarnation of the 18 Arhats. It's not strange for him to obtain a Buddhist divine ability, but it's a little embarrassing that he only obtained a Hinayana Buddhist scripture. Do you think it's easy to obtain a Buddhist divine ability? Last time, I heard that even a Buddha god returned empty-handed. Buddhism has always only passed on to those who are fated. At the foot of the godly Mt. Shumi, discussions could be heard. Because this place was one of the birthplaces of Buddhism, the Buddhist divine ability was very powerful. Therefore, even a reincarnated god would not want to miss this opportunity. So many people. Lei Gong looked around and exclaimed in shock. Lin Ling nodded and looked ahead. He saw 3 paths leading to the top of the mountain. They probably represented the Mahayana, Intermediate, and Hinayana Buddhist scriptures, respectively. Lin Ling, I'm not going. With my origin, I don't think I'll gain anything. Chapter 4673. All right. Lin Ling also knew about Lei Gong's concerns. He headed straight for the Mahayana Buddhism path. This path was also the path with the fewest people. Yeah, someone's going the Mahayana Buddhism path. Oh my God, is he looking for a commission? The Mahayana Buddhism path has been here for so many years. There are less than 100 people who dare to go there. Now, there are only 9 people at the top of the mountain. He's probably new. He thinks that the Mahayana Buddhism path is more powerful, so he went straight for the best path. If he's evaluated by the Buddhism path's malice and kindness, his strength will be washed away. That'll be fun. Whispers could be heard. It was obvious that the Mahayana Buddhism path was not easy to obtain. On the Mahayana Buddhism path, there were a few sweeping monks in gray robes sweeping the floor. They spoke as they swept. I heard that sweeping here for 100 years will give you 5,000 Tao realm fragments. I just came. Is that true? One of them said. Of course. Do you think this job is easy to get? Only people who have obtained the light of the Buddha God in their previous life can come here to sweep. That's great. Only 100 years and 5,000 Tao realm fragments. It's worth it. Do it well and don't talk. What made Lin Ling speechless was that these sweeping monks were not formed by Tao realm intent, but real ancient gods. Most importantly, they swept so excitedly that it gave people a strange feeling. Of course, this was normal. 5,000 Tao realm fragments was not a small number. After all, not everyone was like Lin Ling who knew some cheating methods to obtain Tao realm fragments. Who are you? Suddenly, these sweeping monks looked at Lin Ling. I want to go to the Mahayana Buddhism path, Lin Ling said indifferently. Amipa, benefactor, this path has been closed by the Buddha God. You'd better leave. A benevolent old man said to Lin Ling, this path is a path of death for those who are not fated with Buddha. I can't bear to kill, so I advise you to leave. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be terrified. This was the great Buddhist kingdom, and those who were related to Buddhism would definitely be extremely powerful and highly respected. They could not be offended. Unfortunately, Lin Ling knew since the beginning that these weren't formed from the will of a Tao realm expert, so he didn't believe them at all. Thank you, senior, but I've already made up my mind, Lin Ling said. Damn it, does this brat even understand human language? The sweeping monks all cursed inwardly. They didn't want Lin Ling to walk the path of Mahayana Buddhism because the moment someone left, Bodhi leaves would fall from the godly Mt. Shumi, which would increase the time they had to spend sweeping the floor. They originally thought that Lin Ling was a little deity and would definitely give them face. But who knew that Lin Ling did not buy it at all? Little friend, if you really want to leave, Buddha wants to test you. What is your cultivation level? The old man's tone was not good either. Early stage low god, Lin Ling said calmly. Good. Jiju, you come and defeat him. If he loses, let him walk the path of Hinayana Buddhism. The old man pointed at the person behind him and said to Lin Ling, this is a test. If you fail, it can only be said that you are not fated with Buddha. Lin Ling immediately looked at the sweeping monk who walked out. This person looked to be in his 40s, and there was a Buddhist halo around him. However, his strength was only at the early stage of mid-god. A test defeat him? Lin Ling shook his head. He thought it would be a difficult test, but in the end, it was only an early-stage mid-god. With Lin Ling's current strength, this level of cultivation was nothing in his eyes. Little brat, Buddha says be kind to others. Do you know what you're doing is not being kind to others? It's doing a great evil. The heavens are virtuous. I, Zhu, will definitely convert you and convert you to Buddhism. Kneel down, you strange Buddha. The sweeping monk said indifferently. His palms were clasped together, and the halo of benevolence of 100 lifetimes emanated from his body. Benevolence of 100 lifetimes. This meant that this person had been benevolent for 100 lifetimes, saving countless people. With the halo of Buddha on him, his strength was not weak. Bang! However, just as the sweeping monk finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist punched out, passing through the halo of Buddha and smashing into the sweeping monk's nose. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his nose, and the sweeping monk was sent flying. You actually dare to hit my nose. You actually dared to sneak attack me. Landing on the ground, the sweeping monk roared. His nose was also bleeding madly. The surrounding sweeping monks were also enraged. This person actually dared to sneak attack. In the distance, the onlookers were also shocked. In the great Buddha nation, this young man actually dared to hit a Buddha? Killing is not allowed in the great Buddha nation, otherwise I would definitely teach you a lesson. However, since you dare to humiliate Buddhism, I want you to kowtow 3,000 times in front of Buddha. The sweeping monk rubbed his nose and rushed back. His body was covered in Buddhist halo, and his divine energy was incomparably terrifying. Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist arrived again, breaking the Buddhist halo and landing on the sweeping monk's nose. You hit my nose again. I'll fight you to the death. Why aren't you afraid of my Dharma halo? Don't hit my nose again. I'll kneel before Buddha. How could the sweeping monk be Lin Ling's opponent? After a few punches, he finally knelt down and kowtowed to the godly Mt. Shumi. The surrounding people frowned. If the first punch was due to Lin Ling's sneak attack, then the next punch was not the same. He relied on his own strength to defeat the sweeping monk. Most importantly, Lin Ling looked very relaxed. Lei Gong Lin Ling is indeed powerful. In front of the path of Buddhism, the old crow ancestor and Jin Zhengyang were both present, looking at Lin Ling in shock. Looking at the other sweeping monks, they were all silent. This little god's strength was too strong. Even a mid-level sweeping monk narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had a feeling that if he fought with all his strength, he might not be a match for this young man. Who is this person? Zhu was an extremely famous Buddhist god in the past. Now that she reincarnated, her strength should be above average. But that young man defeated her so easily. Could he be a first-rate mid-level god? I've never seen him before. He looks very unfamiliar. He seems to be Lei Gong Lin Ling, who was being chased by Emperor Shan. In the distance, many gods were also discussing. Looking at the path leading to the mountain peak, Lin Ling was already walking forward. On his body, the heavenly dragon's bones appeared, and Buddhist halo bloomed. The path looked calm, but there was a gentle Buddhist halo that prevented ordinary people from entering. Only those who were fated with Buddha could step on it. However, Lin Ling had two great Buddhist powers, so it was easy for him to walk. Fated with Buddha, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and walked forward calmly. Naturally, he could sense that mysterious power, and he had a feeling that if he did not have the power of Buddhism, it would depend on his comprehension. Buddha was the most profound. There was no Bodhi tree, nor was there a mirror. There was nothing in the beginning, so where did dust come from? In a simple sentence, many people knew, but not many people could see through it. Everything in the world came in all shapes and sizes. Emptiness was nothingness. Killing was nothingness. Love was nothingness. Life was nothingness. Chapter 4674. Perhaps only the ancient supreme gods could comprehend this logic. To be able to comprehend it meant that they had already dominated the universe's great Tao laws. They could become one with the universe and control everything. In this life, I've killed countless people and saved countless people. Did the people I killed deserve to die? Did the people I saved deserve to be saved? Lin Ling muttered to himself. Even if the person deserved to be killed, who could guarantee that he would not do good deeds in the future? Who could guarantee that he would not do evil deeds after saving someone? Perhaps everything had a cause and effect. That was the only way to explain everything. Shaking his head, Lin Ling continued to move forward. His seemingly slow pace made him feel like he had walked for thousands of lifetimes. The people he killed turned into nothingness. The people he saved also turned into nothingness. In the end, Lin Ling was still walking alone. Perhaps this was also life. It was like a long journey. Whether he killed or saved, the people he met were all transient. They were also passers-by in life. As life grew, those passers-by would eventually leave. Finally, a ray of dawn shone down and landed on Lin Ling's body. He narrowed his eyes as his body felt warm. At this moment, his soul force was also slowly increasing. Sweeping his gaze, there were 9 people at the top of the mountain. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were whispering. Looking ahead, there was a golden light hanging at the top of the mountain. It was as if a Buddha was sitting cross-legged there. However, although the light was gentle, it had a supreme divine might that rejected all people from approaching it. Thinking about it, that was the light of the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. Buddha helps all living beings in the world. Why is it that I came because of its reputation, but Buddha keeps me at the door? A voice suddenly sounded. An old man with his palms together walked towards the golden light with a determined look in his eyes. He clearly wanted to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. 1,000-year-old old man, a sage with the title of myriad wisdom. On the other side, a few people were talking faintly. A young man with a sword on his back said calmly. This person was very strong, but his expression was calm. It was unforgettable. Such a person was like a true god. There was no murderous aura on him. Perhaps only such a temperament and Buddha nature could allow him to reach the top of the mountain. Looking at the others, they were all the same. The Buddha has helped the world, but not everyone can enter Buddhism and comprehend the Mahayana Dharma. It is not a rejection, but a lack of Buddhist affinity. Suddenly, a woman spoke softly. She wore ordinary clothes and had an ordinary appearance, but she had a mysterious aura, and that aura was gentle. Ning Qingxin, why do you say that? The young man with a sword on his back asked with a frown. Buddhism is all about non-self. Everything is void. However, there are so many living beings in the world. If everyone is non-self, the universe will be in chaos. No one will plant crops, no one will make clothes, and no one will meditate all day long. However, if basic necessities of life become a problem, how can one do good deeds? And the end result is that everyone will die and convert to me. Buddha, there will be no more living beings in this universe. The woman said with certainty. Ning Qingxin, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? The young man's eyes lit up as he came to a sudden realization. Therefore, not everyone can see through the great Tao when the Buddha guides the world. In the end, only a small portion of people can. Yes, the woman nodded. It could be seen that these people were very smart about Buddhism. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the old man from before failed. The gentle light refused to let him get close, and he stubbornly persisted. His life's cultivation was washed away and turned into nothingness. There were even 2 kinds of light that appeared on the old man's body, black and white intertwined, but the white light was more dazzling. The black light represented evil, and the white light represented good. This meant that the old man had done more good than evil in his life. Sigh. The old man's cultivation was washed away. In the end, he couldn't get close. He sighed softly and turned to leave. The 1,000-year-old old man's light of good and evil is very dim. This means that he rarely does good and evil in his life. It's non-self, everything is void. However, he still failed. Is Mahayana Buddhism really that difficult to obtain? Seeing the old man leave, Ning Qingxin's eyes shone with wisdom as if she wanted to understand this layer of truth. The others were the same. They were constantly deducing and comprehending. However, at this moment, a figure walked towards the golden light. It was Lin Ling. "Sir, be careful." Seeing someone walk forward, Ning Qingxin and the others were surprised. Previously, they were comprehending, so they didn't notice that someone else had come up. However, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to move forward. This person looks unfamiliar. Since he looks unfamiliar, he probably doesn't have a deep understanding of Buddhism. After all, I've heard of all the famous Buddhas in this era. The young man with the sword on his back said, "Nothing is absolute in Shu Lin sort of mortals. We can't look at things as usual." However, Ning Qingxin objected. "Ning Qingxin, you're right. But do you think you can get close to Mahayana Buddhism?" The young man nodded and asked, "Everything is possible. However, according to common sense, it should be very difficult for him." Ning Qingxin shook her head and said, At this moment, the light of the heavenly dragon protection appeared on Lin Ling's body, allowing him to move forward 10 meters. However, the closer he got, the greater the resistance of the Buddha's light. Almost at the same time, the 6 Bodhi appeared above Lin Ling's head. The Bodhi's seed, Ning Qingxin and the others' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect this person to have cultivated the 6 Bodhi seeds. However, when Lin Ling took a few more steps forward, a white light appeared. It represented the good deeds that Lin Ling had done in his life. This white light was even more dazzling than the 1,000-year-old old man's. This meant that the good deeds that Lin Ling had done in his life were more than the 1,000-year-old old man's. "This person is very good," Ning Qingxin exclaimed. To reach the light that Lin Ling had, he had definitely saved tens of billions of lives. Even she couldn't do it, and with the light of great good, he was undoubtedly closer to Mahayana Buddhism. "No, look at his evil." Suddenly, the young man next to her gasped, because a black light that was even more magnificent than the white light bloomed and illuminated the entire mountaintop. This meant that Lin Ling had killed countless people in his life, more than tens of billions of lives. Great evil. This light is simply the first time I've seen it in my life. The others also spoke and exclaimed one after another. What a strange person. Great good was earth-shattering, but great evil was the head of the universe. Such a person also came to comprehend Buddhism. It was too strange. What a cold person. Ning Qingxin's heart was filled with curiosity, as if she wanted to know what this person had experienced in his life and how many hardships he had gone through. Great evil, it's hard to get close. The young man also frowned and said, in fact, he had seen many gods who killed people like scything flax. But, generally speaking, such gods couldn't reach the top of the mountain. However, that person had succeeded. It was unbelievable. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come, because Lin Ling, with great evil and great good, had actually walked further than the 1,000-year-old old man and had already arrived in front of the golden Buddha light. Most importantly, they had been comprehending here all day, but they hadn't walked as close as Lin Ling. Chapter 4675. They had been meditating here for hundreds of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Everything was for the Mahayana Dharma. Legend had it that those who obtained the Mahayana Dharma were half a step away from eternity. Whether it was gods or humans, everyone pursued eternity and transcended the universe. Take the great calamity of the world's will as an example. If one had an eternal body, they would not have to fear the world's will. They would not die at all and would be eternally with the universe. However, the Mahayana Dharma was very difficult to obtain. Even if the gods of various eras had gathered, there were only a few who could truly obtain the Mahayana Dharma. At least, they had never seen anyone succeed in their tens of thousands of years here. However, a ferocious and evil person approached and walked further than them. Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked up at the Buddha's light in front of him. He sensed a strong resistance surging towards him as if it was washing away his negative karma, preventing him from approaching. What a powerful force! Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He realized that what had protected him in front of the Buddha's light was the six Bodhi. The six Bodhi were left behind by cultivating the Bodhi verification divine technique. This technique was passed down by Bodhi Patriarch. But now, even the six Bodhi could not withstand the baptism of the Buddha's light. He's going to fail. Washing away his negative karma will also wash away his cultivation. He has failed in the end. Xianxia frowned and said when she saw Lin Ling not moving, "He's still a little short." The man next to her also nodded. But then, Lin Ling slowly stretched out his palm. His movements did not seem fast, but they gently landed on the Buddha's light. At that moment, his whole body bloomed with a soft light, as if he had turned into a man of light and merged into the Buddha's light. What? Looking at the disappearing Yihan, Xianxia and the others were shocked again and again. They completely knew that the cold man had obtained the Mahayana Dharma. Why did it suddenly become like this? What did he rely on? Could it be that his understanding of Buddhism is really that high? That's the only explanation. Everyone was discussing. Who is he? Xianxia's eyes continued to flicker. She was even more curious about the coal man. Of course, more than that, she wanted to seek guidance. She wanted that mysterious man to show her the way. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered a vast expanse of white space. Gods and Buddhas were dancing in the air, swastikas filled the sky, and all kinds of lights were like white horses galloping through the gaps. The stars, the sun, and the moon. It's not that Buddha doesn't want to cross the sea of bitterness, but Buddha is still in the sea of bitterness. How can he cross all of you? An ancient voice floated out, ancient and eternal. It carried a hint of helplessness as it lingered in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling opened his eyes and realized that the Buddha beads left behind by Zen Master Wuxia were emitting light to protect him. It turned out that at the most crucial moment, it was the prayer beads that had protected him as he entered this place. Amidst the endless light, it was still as if 10,000 Buddhas were paying homage to their ancestors. Lin Ling waited for a moment and frowned slightly. Wasn't there a Mahayana Buddhist Dharma? Why was there no movement at all? Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of the old voice from before. He guessed that the voice was asking him a question. He said indifferently, "The sea of bitterness is difficult, and there are too many fetters. Since that's the case, then let's kill our way over." This sentence also went straight to his heart. In the face of endless fetters and calamities, Lin Ling did not have the heart to save the world. He was very selfish and only valued the family and friends around him. Therefore, he would only kill to stop killing. Amidst the endless Buddha light, there was a slight silence. Suddenly, a sky full of gods and Buddhas appeared. They surrounded a colorful light and slowly flew towards Lin Ling. The scene was incomparably spectacular. It could be said that 10,000 Buddhas were worshipping the sect. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He suddenly had a feeling that the colorful light was a Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. It was also the three extremes of the universe that Zen Master Wuxia spoke of. Clearly, there were countless Mahayana Buddhist Dharma in godly Mt. Shumi. However, to obtain that Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, it depended on one's fate and choice. Lin Ling waved his right hand and caught the light. Endless Sanskrit chants immediately rose in Lin Ling's mind. Fated one, the three extremes of the universe is the divine ability of the future Buddha, Mithriya Buddha. I will now pass it to you. You possess Patriarch Subhudi's Bodhi testimony divine art. Your soul force has reached 180,000 steps. You can now cultivate. The ancient voice continued to resound. Lin Ling's pupils trembled. Immediately, many laws of the universe appeared in his mind. The three extremes of the universe were divided into demon subduing break, primordial break, and reverse break. It borrowed the power of the six Bodhi Buddhas and soul force to attack. It was very similar to Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, but it was a power that surpassed the steps of God. If one had to give an example, it would be a divine ability on the same level as Panga's attack. Moreover, the difference between the steps of wisdom and primordial break was that it attacked the soul force, and it was divided into three extremes. Demon Subduing Break used the law of the soul to pierce through the cosmic rays and slaughter all souls. Primordial Break used countless cosmic rays to form a universe, sealing all souls. Reverse Break formed a universe of its own, sealing all living beings. These were the three extremes of the universe. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. After checking, he discovered that he could already use Demon Subduing Break now. To cultivate Demon Subduing Break, one must have 6 Bodhi Buddhas and have a soul force of 150,000 steps. But now, Lin Ling's soul force had reached 180,000 steps. Originally, Lin Ling's soul force was 160,000 steps. However, when he walked the path of Mahayana Buddhism, it had unknowingly increased by 20,000 steps. Future Buddha, Maitreya Buddha. Lin Ling was shocked. According to his knowledge, the 3 strongest Buddhas were the past Buddha, Dipankara Buddha, present Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, future Buddha, and Maitreya Buddha. These 3 were true ancient gods, incomparably powerful. The giant behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain is said to be a Buddha, and no one dares to provoke White Mountain in the primal chaos realm. This means that this giant behind the scenes could be one of the 3 Buddhas. Lin Ling kept guessing and finally came to an answer. It should be the past Buddha, Dipankara Buddha, White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Lamp Heart. Burning Heart and Lamp Heart had already explained everything. It was the name Dipankara. No wonder no one dared to provoke the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Too strong. It's not something I can fight against now. I should focus on increasing my strength as soon as possible. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to comprehend. On his body, the Vajra Bodhi light and the 6 Bodhi Buddhas appeared, lingering above his head and blooming with light. Looking around again, he saw rays of soul force forming a curtain of rain that slowly pushed forward. These rays were vertical and looked very dense. There were no fluctuations, as if they had no power. However, they had the power to destroy all souls. As long as one did not have soul protection methods or divine abilities, one would die with a sweep. Most importantly, others could see these vertical lines. As long as they were locked on, it was useless to escape to the ends of the world. It was as if a soul contract had been planted. Chapter 4676. What a powerful soul attack. Lin Ling was shocked. Unfortunately, he could only use such a powerful attack once in a short period of time. That was because he would have to use up all his soul power. Sealing the soul. As long as the soul doesn't die, there won't be any sense of danger. This means that the protection of the Tao state is useless. Then, Lin Ling smiled faintly, stood up, and looked into the distance. Zen Master Wuxia already knew that I would obtain the 3 extremes of a universe break. I wonder how he found out. Could it be that someone is helping me again? Forget it. Now that I've obtained the Mahayana Dharma and my strength has increased greatly, I can leave the godly MT Shumi. Lin Ling turned and walked into the distance. He saw a gentle white light in front of him, as if it was the way out. When Lin Ling walked out, he was still at the top of the mountain. However, he realized that the Buddha beads on him were gone. I knew it. Zen Master Wuxia wouldn't give such a precious treasure to me. As expected, he took it back after helping me. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He looked around and saw that the 9 people were still sitting cross-legged in the distance, looking at him with a surprised expression. Ignoring them, Lin Ling walked down the mountain. Sir, please enlighten me. All of a sudden, a woman looked over and cupped her hands in greeting. And she was Ning Qingxin. Lin Ling looked at her coldly, ignored her, and continued walking. What a cold gaze. Ning Qingxin and the others were shocked, but they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. That was because they had all seen that Lin Ling had obtained the Mahayana Dharma. However, that was what surprised them the most. They guessed that Lin Ling's success must be due to his extremely powerful Buddhist Tao comprehension. Sir, please enlighten me, Ning Qingxin said again. Although she was afraid of Lin Ling's cold gaze, she couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart. I can sense that you are very afraid of me, but you have an obsession in your heart. You must know the answer. Therefore, even if you are afraid of me, you still want to ask me. Lin Ling stopped and looked at Ning Qingxin coldly. He sensed that this woman possessed mid-stage, mid-god strength and was even stronger than him, Lin Ling. But if they were to really fight, Lin Ling had the confidence to kill her. Most importantly, Lin Ling could not detect any killing intent from her body. She must be an ancient deity who cultivated her state of mind and not her strength. That's right. Your Excellency's evil is too strong. We don't usually dare to get close to such people because it will cause karma and cause us to escape into the mortal world. However, Your Excellency has obtained the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. This has piqued our curiosity, so we would like Your Excellency to give us some pointers. Ning Qingxin said, her face full of stubbornness. These people were like lotus flowers untainted by the dust of the world. Not to mention killing people. Even if they got close to gods who had killed too many people, they were afraid of being affected. I can see that you are truly gods who pursue eternity. You are also the most peculiar group of people I have seen in so many years. Lin Ling said lightly, Your Excellency, do you mean that you are really willing to give us pointers? Ning Qingxin suddenly smiled and looked forward to it. Unfortunately, I also want to give you pointers, but it is obvious that I can't. However, Lin Ling shook his head. After rejecting her, he turned and left. He had obtained the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma not because of any enlightenment, but because of Zen Master Wuxiao's Buddhist beads. Therefore, he really couldn't give them any pointers. But everyone thought that Lin Ling didn't want to say, Your Excellency, I can follow you and experience the suffering of the world. Ning Qingxin suddenly said, as if she was going to throw caution to the wind. You better not follow me, because my path is not suitable for you. Lin Ling had already gone down the stairs, leaving behind a sentence that stunned everyone, because Lin Ling's path was the path of slaughter. It's so cold. All Buddhas have good intentions. If we have the heart to pursue it, a true Buddha will definitely tell us the answer. But this person didn't say a word. I reckon that his understanding of Buddhism is not as good as ours. That's right. The others spoke up one after another. But how did he obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma? However, Ning Qingxin asked in return. Everyone was speechless. None of them were able to answer this question. Perhaps this is his test, or perhaps this is a difficulty that we have to face if we want to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. We have already experienced 9,999 difficulties. This difficulty might be the last one. Suddenly, Ning Qingxin gritted her teeth and said, Ning Qingxin, you can't be. Everyone was shocked and looked at Ning Qingxin in disbelief. Yes, Ning Qingxin nodded heavily. I will continue to pursue him until he agrees. Ning Qingxin, I've learned my lesson. I didn't expect your pursuit of eternity to be so firm. This makes us ashamed. All right, I'll help you. The young man pondered for a moment and nodded. Shu Lin, Sword Immortal, you also plan to leave here? The others were in disbelief. Buddha said that everything has a cause and effect. Since we can see him, perhaps this is our cause and effect. The young man looked at the crowd and said, after saying that, they walked down the stairs one after another. After you leave, it will be difficult for you to come back. The people at the top of the mountain couldn't help but advise them. However, Ning Qingxin walked forward resolutely, still believing that Lin Ling could guide them. At this moment, Lin Ling had already reached the foot of the mountain. He saw that Lei Gong was still waiting there. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile excitedly. Lin Ling, you spent 3 years going to the top of the mountain this time. 3 years. Lin Ling was shocked. Why did he feel like it had only been a few hours? However, I can clearly sense your changes from your body. It's very strange. This feeling is as if you have become the void of the universe. Then, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was more like an ancient giant god with an added sense of eternity. Because I have obtained the Mahayana Dharma, Lin Ling didn't hide anything. Then he looked around. How is it outside the great Buddha kingdom? Where are the people of Emperor Shun? During this period, I also went to investigate. I can feel that they're still around, but compared to before, there are much fewer people. Perhaps they all think that we really plan to stay here forever. Lei Gong said, "That's good. Now that 3 years have passed, it's time to leave. After all, we still have to help Longyang." Lin Ling immediately said, "Yes, Shaoluan and Longyang are both hosts of the world's will. Their future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. If you help them now, even if they destroy the world in the future, they will still give you face." Lei Gong nodded. This made Lin Ling have a flash of inspiration. He suddenly thought of cause and effect.